여러분 돌아왔습니다. 오늘은 어떤 아바타로 하는 게 좋을까? 지금 이 아바타로 할까요? 이내 버전으로 할까? 왜냐면 이거 제가 알기로는 주인공이 아무튼 그런 이유가 있어요. 스포일러일까봐 말을 못하겠는데 아무튼 이내 버전으로 가는 게 좋을 것 같습니다. 제가 선택을 했습니다. 아시겠죠? 설계쿤 마음대로 하라게. 아무튼 있구나. 제가 정보를 좀 주워 들어왔었죠. 여러분, 그것의 시대입니다. 그것이 시작됩니다. 곧 시작된다고요, 여러분. 여러분 긴장하세요, 긴장. 여러분 긴장하시라고요. 지금 긴장하셨습니까? 지금 롤러코스터 출발하기 직전이거든요. 롤러코스터 출발하기 직전이니까 안전바 다들 확인하시고. 안전바 다 매셨냐고요? 예? 김장을 하라고가 아니라 김장이 아니라요. 긴장하라고요. 긴장을. 예? 긴장을 하라고요. 지금 롤러코스터 가기 일보 직전인데 지금 뭐 하고 계시냐고요, 다들. 예? 안전바 다들 안 매셨죠? 이거 안전바 좀 매시라고요. 안전바 매시고 지금 휴지 갖고 오시고 혹시라도 흘릴 눈물을 대비해서 외계인 침공시 귀여운 개부터 잡혀간다. 크랩맨 그로우 비걸 머슬. 이 모습을 감마귀 씨는 처음 보실지도. 저는 원래 이 모습이 진짜입니다. 뭐래? 글쩍글쩍. 예? 뭐래? 글쩍글쩍? 이보세요, 개동이 씨. 지금 이 게임은 주의사항도 있다고요. 해당 게임은 공포 게임이며 전체 이용가가 아닙니다. 이거 안 보이십니까? 이 무서운 문구 안 보이시냐고요? 예? 플레이 더 프린세스. 와, 공개 많은 타겟콘 귀하다. He is now even more crap. Yes, this is my true form. 공보겜이라서 김장하라고 했구나. 게 빨간 양념이 많이 나와서 맞습니다, 여러분. 플레이 더 프린세스가 왜 카테고리가 없지? 잠시만요. 플레이 더 프린세스 카테고리 있을 텐데. 있다. 오케이. 좋습니다. 영어로 쳤더니 나왔습니다. 자, 가봅시다. 자, 여러분. 슬레이더 프린세스는 광과민성 발전과 드문 경우 멀미를 유발할 수 있는 특수 효과를 포함하고 있기 때문에 주의하시길 바라겠습니다. 이 어두운 곳에서 어떤 두려움을 마주하고 지더라도 부디 따뜻한 마음을 가지고 들여다 보아주세요. 잘못된 엔딩은 없습니다. 잘못된 선택도 없습니다. 오직 새로운 관점과 새로운 시장만이 존재합니다. 이것은 사랑에 관한 이야기입니다. What? 슬레이더 아네쿤. 예? 아니 슬레이더 아네쿤이라니요. 아네쿤을 어떻게 적용합니까? 근데 아네쿤에 약간 이입해서 해야겠다. 만약에 저 공주가 아네쿤이라면 이렇게 생각을 하고 할게요. 자, 그러면 슬레이더 프린세스 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 개 맛있게. 예? 맞습니까? 좋아요. 이거 기대가 너무 됩니다. 가보자게. 기대가 되네요. 살짝 음량 조절만 하고 바로 가면 될 것 같아요. 지금 여러분들 어때요? 노래 너무 작습니까? 적절합니까? 이게 제가 알기론 풀 더빙이라서 너무 작나요? 소리가 좀 중요할 것 같거든요. 더빙이 다 되어 있다고 합니다. 아, 더빙이라고 해서 그 한글어 더빙이 아니라 영어 더빙. 지금 괜찮죠? 뭐야? 와! 뭔데? 깜짝 놀랐어, 진짜. 어, 벌써 한 개. 깜짝이야. 왜 시작 안 하냐고 화났음. 진짜 뭐지? 와, 깜짝 놀랐네. 와, 오케이. 재밌겠다. 그러면은 음악을 좀 줄이고 보이스를 좀 눕히는 느낌? 아닌가? 그냥 똑같이 높일까? 여러분들한테 어떻게 들릴지 모르겠네. 걔들아, 날 가볼까? 내가 볼 수 있을까, 이 게임? 한 개라면 두렵지 않게. 그렇게 무섭진 않다게. 아, 괜찮다고 하네요, 여러분. 털개도 하는데 걔들이 못하겠어? 에? 그렇게 쫄보개입니까? 쫄보개? 쫄보라고 놀림당하고 싶으십니까? 자, 그러면 슬레이 더 프린세스 시작하겠습니다. 공주와 영웅 챕터 1.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
여러분, 이거 소리 방금 어땠어요? 소리 적당합니까? 소리에 대한 딱 좋아요? 오케이. 그럼 이대로 갑니다. 자, 당신은 숲속의 길을 걷고 있었습니다. 오두막이 있습니다. 오두막의 지하실에는 공주가
You're
있죠.
here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
이게 기본적인 어떤 미연식 게임에는 이렇게 슬롯이 많은 게 원래 좀 그렇죠. 빅세이브. 뭐야 이거? 삼색, 멸망? 그게 무슨 소리지? 애초에 공주를 가둬놓았기 때문에 공주가 세상을 끝장내려 하는 거 아니야? 아무리 그래도 공주를 죽이다니 너무 심하지 않아? 나 말고 다른 사람에게 아낄 수는 없는 거야? 됐어, 난 안 할래. 내가 세상이 끝장난다고 해도 신경 쓰지 않을 거라는 가능성은 생각 안 했어? 아, 채팅창 옮겨달라게 자리가 너무 겹친다. 걔 맞네? 잠깐만요. 오케이. 이쯤에 하면 되려나? 입니다. 이렇게. 뭐가 좋을까? 이걸로 해야겠다. 멸망? 그게 무슨 소리지?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all,
인간들까지.
no more people. You have to put an end
다
to her.
죽는데. 그녀를 처치하지 않으면. 아네쿠를 죽이지 않으면 세상이 멸망하는 거야. 내가 아네쿠를 죽일 수 있을까? 하지만 지하실에 갇힌 아네쿤이 어떻게 세상을 끝장낸다는 거야? 아네쿤이 왜 위험한지 설명하지 않는다면 난 죽이지 않겠어. 오케이. 이거 약간 그거 있다. 그 말에 증거는 있어? 이것도 좀 그런데? 괜찮은데? 애초에 공주를 가둬놨기 때문에 공주가 세상을 끝장내려 하는 거 아니야. 이건 똑같은 거 같은데 다. 아무래도 공주를 죽이다니 너무 심하지 않아? 나 말고 다른 사람에게 뭐야! 너무 남았네? 다른 사람에게 맡길 수는 없는 거야. 됐어, 난 안 할래. 와, 선택지 왜 이렇게 많아? 내가 세상에 끝장난다고 해도 신경 쓰지 않을 거란 가능성을 생각 안 하셨어? 이 일에 보상 같은 건 없어? 일단 오두막에 가서 공주와 대화해보겠어. 만약에 정말 공주가 내 말대로 사악하다면 내가 공주를 죽일지도 모르지. 하지만 직접 만나기 전엔 아무것도 단정 지을 생각 없어. 오케이, 이해했어. 빨리 끝내러 가자. 아, 그렇군. 설명해줘서 고마워. 좋았어. 군주의 목을 치러 가볼까? 혁명 망세. 아, 전 이거 좀 궁금해요.
Don't linger on the
그냥 해.
specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done.
당신을
We're all
기대하고 있어.
counting on you.
궁금해도 안 알려주네. 그러게요. 이거 다 해볼 수 있네?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important
해설자의
task?
목을 친다.
You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
애초에 이 해설자가 누굴까요?
While I appreciate the mental exercise,
시간이
we are
없다고?
running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the
위험한
princess is
자여서?
locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
아, 갇혀 있어서 위험한 게 아니라 위험해서 갇혀 있다.
And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know
시간을
that,
낭비하지
let me
말라고 계속
suggest a more
경고하네.
pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
여기서 해설자랑 떠들다가 멸망할 듯.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
해설자와 10번 대화하면 시간 낭비 엔딩. 슈퍼팬. 이거 뭔가 근데 계속 나를 재촉하는 거 보니까
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
진짜 이거 다 보면 뭔가 죽는 거 아니야 나? 스탠리 패러블 느낌이냐게. 그러게요.
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
재봉사는 적어도 사회에 기여를 하잖아요. 아내꾼 죽으면 털개 밥은 누가 차려줘?
Oh, if only that were the case. But I don't make the rules.
디스코 엘리시움이랑도 꽤 비슷하다게. 그러게요. 여기 탐색 이거 써있는 거 좀 디스코 엘리시움 생각난다.
I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. But unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off.
털개쿤이 밥접쿤이 아니라 자취쿤이 되나 보다게. 독거쿤.
Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did. Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists or very, very evil people, but
evil people.
surely you're not one of those, right?
Right.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in
거짓말의
a web
구렁텅이로
of
끌어들일 거래.
lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
거짓말 들으면 들을수록 또 빠져나올 수 없게 된대. 얼마나 거짓말을 잘하는 거야?
Then each and every one
아니면
of us
엄청나게
is
매력적인가?
doomed.
하나씩 다 해보는 거냐게? 맞습니다.
So sure, go talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
뭐야? 강제로.
Make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
가서 공주를 만나게 되겠죠.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses
이거는-
or slay them.
이거는 내 목소리네요.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
뭐야? 에? 아, 저는 영웅이 아니네요. 영웅이 아니라 저는 제3자? 해설자 인물 하나, 영웅 하나, 그리고 나한테는 영웅의 말을 무시하래. 님은 털개죠. 그건 그렇긴 한데 오두막에 들어간다. 털개 이제 난 영웅. 저는 영웅, 제가 영웅인 줄 알았죠. 털개는 영웅 아닌가요? 또 하나의 털개. 맞아.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of
털개꾼은
note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
혈액콘은 선택지고 영웅은 혈액 속 영웅의 목소리라게. 아 나는 여기에는 선택지가 나구나. 여기 탁자 위에 단검이 놓여 있다고 하네요.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
단검을 가져간다.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
단검이 없으면 더 일이 힘들어질 테니까. 아 지하실에 들어간다.
The door to
들어가
the basement
보실게요.
creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
지하실로 들어가니까 차라리 여기 있을 바에는 죽이는 게 나을 정도로 불이 돼요. 발더개가 D&D라면 슬더프는 COC인 걸까나. 발더개? 발더개가 뭐더라? 발더스 게이트? COC는 뭐죠? 너무 갑자기 모르는 단어가 많이 나오는데요? 약간 선택지 있는 TRPG 느낌도 난다게. 그러게요. 아 잠깐만, 나 때문에 글씨가 안 보이잖아. 아방털개. 콜 오브 크툴루. 오타쿠니까 당연히 알줄. 크크. 한수 위시네요. 소현 붕방붕님 반갑습니다. 하하. 설기쿤 몸짓 너무 커요. 오두막에 들어가 보실게요.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
아네쿤의 목소리 처음 들린다 이제.
Who's there?
누구지?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
이 모든 것이 그녀의 흉계입니다. 안녕? 그냥 괜찮은지 보러 왔어. 안녕? 널 죽이러 왔는데? 나의 속마음을 말하지 말자. 안녕?
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
채팅창이 아네쿤 자막 가린다. 채팅 어디로 옮기지? 여기 할 수 없잖아. 여기에 넣을 수는 없는데? 여기? 오케이. 여기 괜찮다. 오케이. 채팅창 순환시대. 오케이. 사양하지 마. 손님은 정말 오랜만이네. 어서 내려와. 채팅창 유배당한다. I don't trust her voice. 감마기씨 왜 찡얼대요?
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
밑에가 와방 잘린 거 아니게 채팅창? 맞네? 잠깐만요. 이렇게 하면 될 것 같아요. 아니면 아예 이렇게 해버려? 아예 작아지게. 여러분 좀 작아져야겠네요. 여러분이 길어지면 안 됩니다. 여러분이 길어지면은 참을 수가 없습니다. 도저히. 나쁘지 않다게 좋습니다. 계단을 내려가서 공주와 눈을 마주친답니다. 공주의 손목에 걸린 무거운 족쇄가 그녀를 멀리 있는 벽에 구속하고 있습니다. 이렇게 참해 보이고 이렇게 약해 보이는 공주인데 이 공주가 뭐 힘이 있겠어? 내가 이 공주를 죽여야 된다고? 죽여야지만 세상이 평화가 온다고? 한 개당 한마디씩만 말하자기. 아네쿤 이런 곳에 유유. 아네쿤 너 어떤 짓을 했길래 이러는 거야.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
일에 집중하세요. 참한 공주쿤이라면 시작 왜 안 하냐고 재촉 안 했을 듯.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
날 죽일 거야? 뭐 그럴 리가. 내가 왜 그러겠어? 그래 들켰네. 널 죽이러 왔어. 아니? 아직 결정하지 않았어. 대화하러 왔을 뿐이야. 난 상대가 누구든 맞짱을 뜰 때 최선을 다한다. 그게 비록 공주라도. 그게 비록 쇠사슬로 팔이 묶여있는 가냘픈 공주라도 난 대화하러 왔을 뿐이야.
Then why did you bring a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat?
팔 왜 갖고 왔는데? 그냥 내려놓고 대화하는 게 어때? 하필 인회품이라 미녀와 야수 느낌. 아하.
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look at her. It's not like she's a threat.
전혀 위험하지 않아 보이잖아.
Don't you dare.
절대 안 돼요. 어허.
It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
이 영웅은 약간 선한 것의 대변인인가? I do not trust her. She has a scary face. What? 얼굴로 사람을 판단하다니요, 감마기 씨. 단검을 단단히 쥔다.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
그리스계 메모 지상주의였어 쌤. 감마기 씨 그렇게 안 봤는데. 당신은 손의 떨림을 무시하고 단검을 더 세게 움켜쥡니다.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
근데 이거 너무 막 대놓고 목소리가 비열한 연기를 하고 있는데? 막 가련한 연기를 할 거라고 생각했거든요. 나를 속이기 위해서. 나를 속이기 위해서 가련한 척을 할 줄 알았는데 지금 대놓고 난 비열해. 너 그럴 거야? 약간 이런 느낌? 아직 칼 맛을 못 봐서 그러는 거게. 너무 많이 죽이러 와서 이제 지긋지긋해졌나 보게. 왜 갑자기 목소리가 커졌냐게. 아 잠깐 키웠는데 어때요? 지금 어떻게 하셨지? 조금 키웠거든요. 지금 목소리 어떻습니까? 지금 괜찮지 않나요? 줄여줘요. 어때요 지금은? 줄여보라게. 지금은 괜찮죠? 줄여요? 좋게. 이 정도? 어떻게 딱 아셨네? 이 정도입니다, 이 정도.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
진행 좀 빨리 해달라게, 궁금하게. 머리를 다지며 단검을 쥔 손에 힘을 줍니다.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
가까이 와라 이거지.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
능력을 시험하지 않는 게 좋다고? 능력이 있나 본데?
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late.
너무 늦는다.
End this.
마무리하세요. 허풍이 아니라면 공주가 우리를 죽인다면 어떡하지? 비무장 상태인 게 확실한 거야? 미안, 그냥 대화할까? 단검을 떨어뜨릴 생각은 없어. 단검을 떨어뜨린다. 공주를 죽인다. 전 솔직히 대화하기 전에 죽여야 된다고 생각해요. 왜냐면 더 이상 대화하면 내 마음이 약해질 것 같아. 문담무형!
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through.
뭐야, 귀여워졌어 갑자기. So cute. 맞다, 세이브 까먹었어. 이제 와서. 제 팔 보시면은 약간 reptilian 팔 같죠? 지금 하면 뭐해? 공주의 근육이 심상치가 않다게. 망설임이 당신의 사고를 방해합니다.
A moment of distraction and hesitation is all
What?
she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw.
아니 공주가 그새 나의 공격을 피하고 나를 때렸다고?
It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured.
Big eyes, they are full of lies. I do not trust. 빅 아이즈랑 라이즈랑 라임을 먹이셨네. 마치 해머로 후려치는 듯한 공격입니다. 부러진 턱에서 뼈가 갈리는 것이 느껴집니다. 털개쿤 허약. 한 방 먹였고.
Holy shit, that hurts!
더럽게 아프잖아.
Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you,
아.
putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing.
동등해졌다. 영웅이 인간은 아니구나. 아 맞습니다. 뭔가 좀 고블린 같기도 하고 좀 그 파충류 느낌도 나고 마치 털개같이.
Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her
헐.
fists connect with your body as many times.
아프겠다.
Each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit.
한 방 한 방이 겁나 아프다는데요? 얼마나 센 거야?
We can still turn this around.
아직 상황을 바꿀 수 있어. 마무리한다. 포기한다. 지하실에 가둔다. 마무리한다.
You and the princess stare at each
헐.
other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here either.
저장은 안 하냐께. 여기 했으니까. 공주도 나가지 못하게 만들 수는 있다.
Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a
Oh.
duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now.
이 영혼까지 가둬버리자
Can you
이건가?
not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing
Uh-huh.
around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job.
내부 출혈로 죽을 운명이에요. 공주한테 죽임을 당하지 않더라도.
The two of you
What?
clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
없어서. 공주 맨손으로 사람을 죽여버리네.
Oh.
헐. 헐.
The two of you fall to the floor.
뭔가 이쁜데?
This was fun.
재밌었다고?
The princess gasps, her voice an unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill with blood.
You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder,
하지만 말이야.
do you really think this is the end?
이게 끝일 거라 생각해?
But you don't have time to worry over such things.
에?
Everything goes dark,
나 죽었어.
and you die.
뭐야? 호적수.
You're on
에?
a path in the woods, and at the end of that path
아까 그거다.
is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
진정한 파이터 공주.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
방금 엔딩을 하나 본 거? 그러게요. 회차마다 조금씩 달라지나. 끔찍한 데자부가 느껴지는데 잠깐 이거 일어났던 일 아니야? 아니 안 돼. 난 죽었을 텐데 왜 내가 여기 있지? 그 여자가 날 또 죽일 거야. 하지만 난 공주를 이미 죽였는데 물론 나도 공주에게 죽었지만 분명히 죽었다고. 왜 내가 또 여기에 있는 거지? 이거. 하지만 난 공주를 이미 죽였는데?
I can assure you that you didn't
Eh?
slay her and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time.
우린 처음 만난 사이래.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
모르는 채로 놔두는 게 좋겠어.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. That's fine. It doesn't matter if he can hear us.
sounds good.
The only thing that matters is marching up to that cabin and winning.
이 사람 누구야? 저 녀석이 듣건 말건 중요하지 않아. 승리를 쟁취하는 게 중요해.
That's the spirit. There's no point in squabbling when the real threat is just up
Ah.
the hill.
여러분 혹시 그런 거 아닐까요? 제가 아까 공주를 죽였잖아요. 공주를 죽여서 싸움꾼이라는 자아가 생겨난 거 아닐까? 왜 내가 내 말을 들어야 하지? 이 모든 일에 의미가 있기는 해?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
대답해 주기죠.
Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me.
두 번째 만남이라고 가정해 봅시다.
You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
아, 내 말대로 하지 않았기 때문이지.
We did our best with the information we were given, and we did kill her.
이 사람 영웅 있잖아요. 우리라고 하는데? 영웅은 도대체 어떻게 생겼길래 우리라고 하지? 다중인격자.
And yet you still died, didn't you? So congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that
아주
your
위험한
actions
사고방식으로
last time round
들립니다.
didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We killed the princess killed us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
의미 없음 그 자체인데.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
당신이 완전히 새로운 세상으로 이동하기라도 한 건가요?
Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left?
내가 떠난 그 세상은 어떻게 된 건가?
Ugh, enough with the talking. We've got a fight to win. Nothing else matters.
싸움꾼.
I couldn't agree more. The cabin and your destined confrontation with the princess awaits.
공주에 대해
Just be
얘기해보자.
quick about it.
지난번에 우리는 서로를 죽였어. 또 그런 일이 생기지 않으리라고 어떻게 확신하지? 지난번에 공주가 한 짓이라고는 날 죽도록 팬 것뿐이야. 그런 사람이 어떻게 세상을 멸망시킨다는 거야? 지난번에 내 표현을 빌리자면 그녀는 그저 공주일 뿐이라고 했잖아. 그런 사람이 어떻게 날 죽도록 팬 만큼 강한 거지? 누가 그녀를 지하실에 가뒀지? 이곳은 대체 어떤 곳이야? 누가 그녀를 가뒀지? 이곳은 어디야? 지난번에 내 표현을 빌리자면 왜 이렇게 강한 거지, 공주가?
She is just a princess.
공주는
Whatever you
공주야.
think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin, and you'll be fine. People locked her in that
누가
basement,
그녀를
and I
가뒀어?
told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things. Oh, this is maddening. Why do you keep asking questions?
언제까지 질문만 할 거야?
There's nothing wrong with getting the full picture of what's going on here. Sure there is. It's wasting time and energy that would be better spent fighting.
지금 싸움꾼이라는 애가 하나 추가가 됐거든요. 사람들이 그녀를 가뒀다면 왜 그자들은 공주를 죽이지 않은 거지? 어째서 내게 떠넘기는 거야? 어딘가 수상쩍은데 숨기는 게 뭐지?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. What else would we even need to know? We've got all the reason we need for a rematch. Exactly. The less you know about her, the better.
모르는 게 더 낫다. 왜 사람들은 공주를 죽이지 않은 거야?
I'm not supposed to say this, but
에?
it's because
내가?
you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are.
내가 스페셜하대.
Oh, I didn't know we were special.
스페셜?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
되게 단순하다.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me.
대화하지 마.
Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
오케이. 이번엔
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
이번엔 바로 죽인다.
A warning
어?
before you go any further.
경고? 저장하라 이거야? 저장해 이거야?
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying
속지
her.
마.
Don't believe a word she says.
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
Are you sure about that? The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever.
공주를 믿지 마.
We clear?
이해했어?
Crystal, let's just get on with it already.
오케이. 빠른 암살. 고! 고고! 고고!
The cabin is tighter than its exterior would suggest. Its cold stone walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar
그러게요.
with a pristine blade perched on its
좀
edge.
다른데? 여러분 그런 거 아닐까요? 제가 털 무당 발동 뭐냐면 아까 그 세계는 멸망을 한 거죠 이미. 공주가 힘을 써서 그 세계를 멸망시키고 지금은 다른 세계인 겁니다. 다른 세계에서 또 다른 공주를 죽이는 겁니다. 똑같은 공주를. 근데 그게 공주의 능력인 거야. 여긴 그래서 다른 공간인 거야. 이세카이였던 거임. 공주랑 같이 죽었는데? 그러게요. 뭐지?
See? Even the cabin has the right idea. Let's get moving.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
많아졌어. 벽에 걸린 거울에 대해서는 말하지 않았잖아. 오두막이 지난번과 다르고. 벽에 걸린 거울은 뭐야?
That's because there isn't a
Huh?
mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting
거울
on the
있잖아.
altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
거울 있어.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
없다고?
You already wasted so much time in the woods. Who even cares if there's a mirror?
뭘 소리를 하는 건지 알아야겠어. 내 모습을 보고 싶어. 잘생긴 내 얼굴을 말이야. 내 얼굴을 보고 싶어.
I care less about that and more about whether we're being lied to. If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us? I'm not lying to you.
거울이
Use your eyes. There
여기
is
있는데?
no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
그깟 거울이 뭐라고? 벽에 큰 모습. 공개합니다.
Walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
특별한 거 없다고?
This really isn't funny.
재미없다니까.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
거울이
You
아니래.
know how ridiculous you look right now.
거울이 있다고 생각하는 건 내
I was there
착각인가?
a second ago.
거울 닦아야 하네.
Now it's gone, so all of us can stop arguing about it and get to fighting.
싸우러 가자고. 진짜 없네? 단검을 가져간다.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
몸이 허한과 헛것을 보이게. 지하실에 들어간다. 어떻게 된 거야 이거?
The door to the basement
달라,
creaks
달라.
open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulfuric odor to it. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
차라리 죽여주는 게
Her fierce
나을
voice
것이다.
carries up the stairs.
사나운 목소리가 들린다?
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been
Oh.
ages since I've had a good fight.
폰트가 아까 공주가 죽기 전에 폰트가 이런 폰트로 바뀌었었거든요? 폰트가 바뀐 것 같은데?
This isn't what she sounded like last
폰트가
time.
바뀌었다기보다는 색깔이
Her voice
바뀌었달까?
is a little deeper, almost threatening.
더 깊고 위협적이에요.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight.
죽이러 온 겁니다.
As you ascend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view.
에?
A large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall.
다른데요? 예.
Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Oh, it's you again. I've been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us.
또 나라고? 나를 알고 있네? 우리 모두에게 죽음은 별 도움이 되지 않는다?
And you brought your little knife, too. Yes. I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
성격이 달라졌어. 똑똑히 들었겠지, 해설자. 지난번과 많이 다르긴 하지만 이 모든 일이 확실히 일어났어. 역시 조금 달라졌군. 역시 날 기억하네. 사실 난 널 풀어주러 왔어. 싸우러 온 게 아닌 건 아니지만 우리 사이에 해결할 의문점이 있어. 우리가 왜 아직 살아있는지 같은. 아직 결정하지 않았어. 어떻게 된 영문인지 모르겠지만 거대한 악마녀와 싸울 생각은 없어. 안녕. 전 죽이겠습니다. 바로 죽여버리고.
Good. With a singular focus, you launch off the whetstone floor of the basement and catapult yourself headlong towards the princess.
Here we go. Let's make this count.
겁나 세 보이는데요?
Oh, we'll make it count, all right.
질 것 같아.
You can feel your flesh give way before a sudden impact blunts your momentum, your weapon tightly lodged in the bone of her arm. She grins at you from behind her guard. Pull it out. We'll try a different angle.
와,
We can do this. Just keep pushing.
We're not gonna win if our weapon's stuck in her arm.
아하. 안검을 뽑고 다른 각도로 공격한다. 계속 밀어붙인다. 뽑을게요.
You pull back on the blade's hilt, doing your best to free it from its sinewed prison. But as you tug the blade free, the princess slams you down onto her knee.
싸움꾼이 전문가인데 싸움꾼이 맞지 않을까게. 그러게요. She is so mean. I do not like her. 건마기 씨 왜 이렇게 공주 싫어해요? 공주 이쁜데? 이쁘니까 봐줘요.
It collides with your ribs, and you feel them splinter, cracking like wet wood from the impact. And you find yourself in midair. You hit the floor, your ribs complaining painfully. But you can feel the hilt in your grip. You still have your weapon.
싸움꾼 말 들을걸. 지금 봐주고 말고 간에 죽고 있음.
Push yourself off the
싸움꾼.
ground and attack the princess, trying to bait an opening. You do your best to outplay her, slashing out and leaving red cuts in the tattered remains of her white dress. But you have little more to maneuver. For every glancing blow you manage to land, she slams you against the wall in retaliation, each impact threatening to be the last.
This weak little dance isn't working. Just toughen up and overpower her.
타이쿤 너무 약하게. 그러게요. 왜 이렇게
She's
약해?
throwing us around like a ragdoll. I think overpowering her is a little out of the question.
Did you
Whoa.
think you could stop me with a few cuts? All this dancing around is doing nothing but annoying me. I own this place, and I own you.
The princess's
Whoa.
arm shoots forward, her palm wrapping around your head, fingers gripping your skull.
How disappointing.
실망스럽군.
She squeezes,
으아!
pressure unbearable as her fingers dig into your scalp. The last thing
Oh.
you hear is the unsettling crack of your skull, and the sickening churn of what was your grey matter. Everything goes dark, and you die.
바늘 구멍. 예? 나 죽었어.
You're on a path.
Oh, 뭐야?
in the If you weren't so damned afraid of what she'd do to you,
Oh.
you wouldn't have died back there.
우리가 죽을 일도 없었어.
Fear is good. Fear keeps us alive.
Oh.
We died because you didn't have enough of it.
아, 사냥감이라는 애가 추가됐어요. 두려움은 좋은 거야. 두려움은 우리 생존하게 해. 우리가 죽은 건 두려움이 부족했어요.
So what? You'd have us cower in a corner?
No, but that place suits her better than it suits us. She's big.
맞아.
We can't hope to find holes and openings down there. We need more room if we're going to survive. Are you suggesting luring her into the woods?
아하.
Do you have any idea how dangerous that would
오호.
be? If you lose sight of her, if she manages to slip away, that's it. Game over for everyone, yourself included.
지금 무슨 얘기냐면 그 공주에게 유리하다 이거지. 지금 그 감옥이 싸우기에. 그래서 숲으로 유인해서 죽이자. 뭐 이런 얘기를 하고 있습니다. 공주 잡으려고 자아를 얼마나 늘리는 거야. 공주 때문에 정신병 생겼어.
Are you not challenging us on all the looping? Have you known about it the whole time? Are you the same one we've been talking to since the beginning? Sorry to disappoint what I'm sure must feel like a grand revelation, but that's not what's going on here. We've never met. Then what is going on?
어떻게 된 거야?
What's going on is that you'd only be saying the things you've been saying if you'd already been here, and if you'd already seen things you weren't supposed to have seen. It doesn't matter. We could go in circles forever. I don't like staying still for too long. Let's get to the cabin, see this through. It's good to know that at least one of you is still capable of reason.
와, 지금 노래 봐. 노래가 완전 긴장감을 조성하는데?
We may have the same destination, but we're not the same. You are still an other, and I don't trust you. Well, fortunately, you have an entire trip through the woods to reconsider that.
There's nothing to reconsider. We're all
폭력을
for
왜
violence
왔잖아.
here.
Are we? I haven't signed off on anything yet. Violence is the answer here, but the method is equally important to the act. You can't let her leave the cabin.
얘를 오두막 바깥으로 끌어내서는 안 돼요.
It's like I said, all just circles. Instinct tells me we need space, and I trust instinct. Nothing else to say.
넓은 공간에서 필요하다고 말하고 있어. 아하. 이곳이 얼마나 달라졌는지 아직 얘기하지 않았잖아. 여긴 숲이라고 하기에도 어려워. 공주의 영향이 세상으로 퍼져나가는 것 같아. 내가 그 계획에 동의하지 않는다면? 내가 다른 걸 한다면? 정답은 오두막에 있는 모양이군. 가보자. 여기 왜 엄청 달라졌잖아.
It's evidence of one of
라고
many ticking
말하겠습니다.
clocks. You can't let her spread any further.
시간이 없다.
Things are always changing. She changed, the cabin changed, we've changed. Why wouldn't the woods change too? Because they're not supposed to have changed. This is supposed to be a path in the woods. If it's not, it means something's gone horribly wrong.
뭔가가 잘못됐다. 오두막에 가자.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up the hill at the cabin. I hope you've given serious thought to your predicament. No last advice for us? No words of warning? From what I gather, you've heard it all before. There's no use screaming into the wind.
별 많다. 그러게요.
I don't know. Screaming sounds pretty good right about now. I could use a little catharsis.
Catharsis is for when we're finished. For now, we need to hold it out in front of us, something to chase. The interior of the cabin is suffocatingly tight, more of a glorified tunnel than a building. Its stone walls squeeze against your sides, leaving you no choice but to press forward. The only furniture of note is an iron altar jutting out from the wall. A pristine blade perched on its edge.
거울이야, 거울.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. See? We have even less space than before. We need space or she'll kill us. And the only space is out there,
take it.
집어. 거울에 대해서는 말하지 않았잖아. 저 망할 거울이 또 나타났군. 갈 길이 없어. 방 끝엔 거울이 놓여져 있잖아. 거울 이것도 나만 보인다고 너 무슨 정신 이상한 소리 하는 거야? 이렇게 꼽줄 것 같은데.
Maybe it'll go away again.
저것도 다시 사라질지도 모르지.
For something to go away, it would have to be there to begin with.
거울
Let me
없어.
assure you, there's no mirror here. The
여러분,
only thing
지금-
at the end of the room is the door to the basement.
여러분이 보이는 이 거울은 없는 거라고 합니다. 여러분 혹시 거울이 보이시나요? 거울이 보이신다면 가까운 병원을 찾아보시길 바라겠습니다. 뭔 소리냐 이게. 거울 안 보이는데 이게? 예? 무슨 무용실 괴담도 아니고.
No use arguing. Mirror or not, we need to be there. The why we pick doesn't matter.
그냥 문인데 이게? 이러고 있네. 당신 해설자야! 당신 해설자냐고!
I agree with the freak. Let's get a move on already. And worst comes to worst, we can smash it.
안검을
Take the
가져온다.
blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
이제 좀 대화를 하고 싶어졌어.
Good. There's no overcoming her without
대화하자.
it. We need every part of us to survive, and that steel claw is as much a part of us as any. You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it, as if you don't see it. You're rather committed to the bit, aren't you? The door's right there, it's right in front of you.
This really is just like last time.
It smells of nothing, yet it's still there.
거울을 닦는다.
You reach forward and drag your hand across
Oh.
the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the floor as it reveals the dim path ahead.
Why am I not surprised?
It was in our way, and now it's not. That's all that matters.
거울이 사라졌고.
Before you is what may as well be a sheer cliff face. There are enough footholds that you'll be able to clamber your way to the bottom, but it will require careful effort. The air hissing up from below is warm and wet, like the breath of an enemy locked in close quarters.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Her voice, bold and fierce and impatient, echoes from the chamber below.
Do you have more fight in you than last time? That was such a disappointing show.
어?
I know you can do better than that.
똑같은 폰트인 거 보니까 지금도 똑같은 내용일 것 같은데?
Goad her. Rile her up. If she's angry, she'll make mistakes.
화나게 만들어. 지금 몰살 루트 탄 것 같게. 싸우고 싶어? 그럼 이쪽으로 와서 덤비는 게 어때? 정말 아직도 싸우고 싶은 거야? 화나게 만들자.
That's not how this works. I'm all chained up, remember? How about you come down here and fight me?
네가 내려와.
We'll need to show ourselves. Make
Ah.
her boil over and forget her metal bindings.
말빨로
Bind by
드신다.
me.
혈계 몰살.
You've nowhere to go
갑니다.
but down. You start the difficult journey, gripping the stone, lowering yourself foot by grueling foot. But soon, there is solid ground beneath you. Remember every crack and crevice. We'll need to be faster than her.
어떻게 생겼을까?
You turn
Whoa,
to face what
whoa.
lies at the end of the narrow tunnel.
어!
The princess, imposing and tightly muscled, grins
아니.
back at you from the darkness.
아까보다 더 근육이 많아진 것 같은데?
Her face widens into a broad grin.
그녀가 더 크게 웃습니다. 걔 무섭다. 하지만 섹시하다. 근데 무섭다. 거대 여가 되었다.
There you are, knife in hand. How thrilling! Attack me, bleed me, twist the blade in my flesh, break your bones against my body. I want a real challenge this time.
에? 못할 것 같은데요? 공주님. 하트.
We can't get that close. She'll kill us in the tight space, steel claw or not. Make her come to us, stand beyond her chains, and let her become frenzied. She'll break them.
분노하게 만들래. 타락 안 했군. 분노하게 만들시다.
I really don't like the sound of this. It's the only way we live.
이건 타락도 아닌 듯.
Well, what are you waiting for? If we're gonna do this right, you can't be scared. You need to want this as much as I do. So go on. Make the first move. Don't keep me waiting.
잠깐 대화하자. 일 끝나면 언제든지 싸울 수 있어. 내가 날 죽이는 이유로 무슨 일이 있었는지 궁금해. 여기선 안 돼. 나가 싸우고 싶다면 이제 날 따라잡아봐. 정말 내가 최선을 다해 싸우는 걸 원한다면 더 넓은 공간이 필요해. 왜 자유를 원하지 않는 거지? 왜 어째서 이런 어두운 곳에서 나와 죽을 때까지 싸우는 걸 원하는 거야? 너와 싸우지 않겠어. 이렇게 말하면 화날 것 같은데? 쟤랑 싸우라고요? 화가 많이 난 것 같은데. 저는 공주를 화나게 하기 위해서 너와 싸우지 않겠어를 하겠습니다.
The princess scoffs.
코웃음을 칩니다.
Oh, you're up to something tricky, aren't you?
유혹하기 위해 없음.
You're teasing me with what I want. But I'm sick of waiting. I'm not going to let you give me another bad fight. I'm going to get what I want.
네가 원하는 게 뭔데?
Bloody desire in her eyes, the princess rushes forward, ignoring her chains as they bend and snap.
화났어.
Run.
Run.
Without hesitation,
와!
you turn back the way you came and scramble up the
무서워.
ledge towards the tunnel entrance.
무서워요.
As you near
와!
hands desperately clawing at jagged stone, you glance back. The princess is right on your heels. She doesn't bother to scale the wall as you do, instead digging deep into the rock of the cliff face with her fingertips in her rabid pursuit.
공주님이 피를 원하신다.
Anywhere you go, I will follow.
Good.
좋아.
You reach the ledge and
Okay.
hoist yourself up into the tunnel, the cabin door finally in sight, at once within your grasp and infinitely distant.
What is all of this for? What's the point? You and I are always going to end in violence, so why bother to run? I know what I am. Why can't you be the same?
너는 똑같아질 수 없는 건가? 난 내가 어떤 존재인지 알아.
Little bird, where do you think you're going?
얼마나 큰 거야? 소리가 왜 이렇게 커?
We're almost there. Don't think about almost. We're there when we're there. And we'll take the fight with us. Your skin hums tight with adrenaline as you burst through the cabin door and roll onto the grass. You glance back at the cabin as the princess, singular in her desire to destroy you, explodes through the doorway. You are walking a dangerous path. If you waver once, it's all over. So get it right.
There's nothing left to slow me down. Do you think this is better for you? Do you think this space gives you an edge? Then show me! Show me that you've been worth all the room you've taken up in my head!
Do it!
Do it.
Be swift, strike true, be where she's not. Let your body move you.
빈틈을 찾으라고? 유효타를 먹이라고? 이걸 하라는 것 같은데? 공주를 죽인다!
You leap from the grass and bound towards the princess, keeping low.
Charging me head on? Brave and foolish.
Her body braces for impact,
발
anticipating
좀
the
봐.
clash.
인간이 아니야.
That's where you're both wrong. Left now. As the princess strikes, your body swerves to the left. She overextends, stumbling as her balance shifts unexpectedly. Strike.
공격해.
Before you can finish the thought, you lash out, the blade slicing through her leg.
다리.
She turns to swing again.
머리가 더 길어진 것 같기도. 오.
Right. You move out of the way, but this time it's not quite as clean.
와.
You can feel a bruise already blooming where her elbow crashed into flesh. It's nothing. A scratch.
스친 거야.
Yes, it could be worse. And you managed to gift her another cut in return. We're actually gonna pull this off, aren't we? You just might. But don't let it get to your head. Not until it's over.
Yes, finally!
오.
This is the hole I felt in my heart. This is what I've needed. This is what I've been missing. This is how it always needed to end. Both of us giving it our all, beating and bleeding each other to death.
오.
The two of you engage in a devastating flurry of blows, each of you wounding the other again and again.
예쁜 밤하늘 아래서 쌈질이나 하고 말이야.
She's stronger, but you're faster, and the deeper the both of you fall into your lethal dance, the more
Whoa.
your edge shines over hers.
아니
She's slowing
상처가
down, blood pouring from wounds, splattering at her feet, leaving her weak and unsteady. More! Keep going! We can't stop now! You spy an
오.
opening,
오.
but this time she's
Whoa.
waiting for you. She lets you sink the blade deep, trapping you in place long enough to wrap you in her impenetrable arms. You're slammed to the ground.
나도 쓰러졌어.
Nothing! These blows are nothing to us!
어.
But her
Oh.
gambit wasn't enough to close the gap. It wasn't enough to kill you.
어.
She stares you down,
나
coughing
살았어.
up a splash of blood as she gasps for breath.
뭐지?
You've outplayed me, haven't you? Something feels wrong. Something.
And? Then what happens?
어? 어? 뭔데? 어? 뭐죠? 뭐야? 도전과제 하나 깨졌어. 하지만 당신은 대답하지 못한다. 무언가 그녀를 데려가고 그 자리에 무언가를 남겨두었다.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
그녀가 어디 갔는지 모르겠어. 그리고 어디서 찾아야 할지도 몰라. 해설자가 사라졌어. 아무래도 거울을 들여다봐야 할 것 같고. 해설자.
It is. Does that mean the world ended?
해설자가 나한테 거짓말한 건가?
It hasn't ended. We're still here.
The world didn't end. We're still here. Come on. We just need to keep going.
그녀가 어디 갔는지 모르겠어.
You're right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
It's like it's mocking us.
Let's just stay still. There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. That thing reeks of death.
Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
I'm begging you, don't.
이거
do
약간
this.
그거네. 세이브 포인트라고 해야 될까? 지금까지 거울을 보고 겁낸 적 없었잖아.
It's different now. It feels,
마지막?
I don't know, final.
당신은 거울에 다가간다. 거울에 비친 자신을 바라본다. 거울은 그대로 있다. 거울에 무엇이 있는지 확인할 때다. 뭐야? 얼굴이다. 당신이다. 이게 나야? 나 좀 끔찍하네. 당신은 텅 빈 공간에 혼자 서 있다. 고요하다. 오두막에 간다. 나쁘게 생겼다? 당신은 오두막에 있다. 그녀에게 다가간다.
Something finds me
Oh.
in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
목소리가 또 달라. 그리고 글씨체도 달라. 너는 무엇이지? 연약한 그릇? 이게 세상의 멸망이야? 그녀를 풀어줘. 혹시 해설자에 대해 알아? 내가 공주를 죽이라고 날 보낸 거야? 내가 날 여기 가둬둔 거야? 바깥의 세상에 대해 알아? 네가 공주야? 우리는 서로 아는 사이야? 이제 어떻게 되지? 공격한다. 파괴한다. 너는 무엇이지?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
빛? 고독한 빛? 넌 내가 뭐라고 생각해? 난 내가 뭔지 모르겠어. 난 사람이야.
thoughts without connections, a dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
넌 내가 뭐라고 생각해?
I think that you are like me.
나와 비슷하다?
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
응? 연약한 그릇? 이게 세상의 멸망이야?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
그녀를 풀어줘.
I'm sorry. There are some
어?
changes that can never be undone.
헐.
There are some tears that
안
can never
된대.
be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me.
그런 거 아닐까요? 이 거대녀 공주는 얘한테 잡혔지만 지금 공주의 또 다른 모습들은 잡히지 않았기 때문에 공주의 다른 모습들까지 잡히는 순간이 최종 엔딩이 아닐까? 점점 늘어나는 거지, 공주가.
I promise that it doesn't hurt.
아프게 하지 않을 거라 약속할게요. 혹시 해설자에 대해 알아?
You are the only thing I have ever known.
공주 콜렉팅 게임. 멀티버스인가 그럴지도.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
내가 공주를 죽이라고 날 보낸 거야?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here.
자유를
And I
원한다고?
too yearn to be free.
루트 진짜 개 많다 개. 주인공의 목소리가 늘어나는 것처럼 공주도 같이 늘어나나. 오. 연약한 그릇?
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own.
이 손들이 공주인가?
This one yearns to
이 그릇은
grow
이걸
and
말하는 것
struggle.
같고.
Even now I feel a will pushing against mine, not realizing that we are one. She will make for a fierce heart.
다 자기라는데? 원래 한 몸이었대. 약간 좀 폭력적인 성향이었잖아요.
Do not mourn her.
애도하지 말라고?
We will provide her with the growth she fought for.
거대녀 돌려줘! 바깥 세상에 대해 알아?
I know only that they are.
네가 공주야?
She is part of me,
아,
and part of me is her.
네가 처음부터 공주였다는 거야? 아니면 내가 공주를 내 일부분으로 만든 거야?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
우린 서로 아는 사이야?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
이제 어떻게 되지?
Nothing, as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
자유. 내가 널 죽일 방법을 찾아봐가 두렵지 않아? 난 어디까지 잊어버리게 되지? 내 조각들을 얼마나 더 찾아야 되지? 내가 허락하지 않겠다면? 난 공주가 세상을 파괴하는 것을 막기 위해 공주를 죽이라는 부탁을 받았어. 내가 널 도우면 넌 세상을 파괴할 거야? 네 조각들을 얼마나 찾아야 돼?
More than you have found, but less
많이?
than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
공주는 더 많은 엔딩을 원한다. 넌 세상을 파괴할 거야?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to...
넌 도우면 어떤 걸 할 생각이지?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
약간 분기가 많다는 걸 겁나 멋있게 표현하네. 엔딩 분기에 대한 거를 되게 감각 있게 표현했다. 내가 널 죽일 방법을 찾을까봐 두렵지 않아?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
난 어디까지 잊어버리게 되지?
Everything. Until we meet
아,
again.
아하. 내가 허락하지 않겠다면?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
기다린다.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
영원히 기다린다?
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage?
세상의 무게를 더 이상 견딜 수 없게 될 거예요.
You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be
기다릴
you.
거다고?
I will be here waiting by your side until you're...
뭐야? 아! 꺼졌어. 아! 영원히 기다린다는 게 그런 뜻이었나? 강제 이별.
You have returned to me,
아!
though you were gone mere moments. I never left your side.
아하. 지금 보이시죠? 해킹 당했다. 바보 털기. 영원히가 장난이야. 지금 보이시죠, 여러분? 좋아, 있게 해줘. 그러면 있게 해줘라는 걸 누르기 전에 간식 좀 가져오겠습니다. 간식 가져오는 사이에 또 이놈 하면서 놀래면 어떡해. 혈쿤 여기서 환불하면 영원히 기다리기 성경기다게. 예? 뭐 먹을 거게. 저는 뭐 갖고 왔냐면 갈비찜을 밥 위에 얹어주세요. 갈비찜을 밥 위에 비벼주세요. 내가 제일 좋아하는 갈비찜 덮밥. 얌얌을 가져오진 않았고 아이스크림 가져왔습니다. 자, 좋아 있게 해줘. 가겠습니다.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
그 커브 뭐냐게. 그냥 하고 싶었습니다. 널 기억해달라고 말한다는데요? 이 친구가?
You won't.
야! 야! 사운드로 놀래키고 있어? 아, 돌아왔다.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path
오케이.
is a cabin. In the
이해했어.
basement of that cabin is a princess.
이 게임의 구성을 이해했다. 이제 껌이다, 걔.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
이번엔 좀 들어보자. 제가 반갑 해설자. 제가 저번에는 아무 다 죽였거든요. 근데 좀 얘기를 들어보자. 아니 그냥 죽여보자. 가자마자 죽여보자. 가자마자 그냥 가버려.
You make your way up the short path. We're not going to go through with this, right? Ignore him. He doesn't know.
반갑 해설자. 반갑 공주.
The interior of the cabin is almost the blade is your.
반검.
You take the blade from the table.
저벅저벅 공주 죽이러 가는 길.
The door to the basement creaks
공주.
open. Her voice carries up the.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous.
봐봐. 폰트가
It's
달라.
almost as if she's the one. Don't let it fool you. Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes. She's so cold. Focus on the task.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine.
나를 죽일 수 있어?
What even makes you think you can kill me?
아름다운 죄.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late.
공주를 죽인다.
You lunge forward without a moment's
Okay.
hesitation.
이미지가 달라요.
You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh, this is it, isn't it? I'm
Oh.
almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
글씨체가 악마 여자 글씨체랑 똑같은데?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be
찔렀는데도
alive
살아있네.
and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago. That arrogant look still plastered on her face.
확실히 머리 단발이다. 그러네?
But is it over? Really over?
공주는 죽었어. 뭔가 속임수가 있을 것 같아. 너무 쉬웠잖아.
It's over. You could check her sleeves
소매?
if you want, but I can assure you that there's nothing hidden.
소매에 뭐가 있을까?
I really don't
아이고,
think you should do
잠깐만,
that.
못 봤어. 잠깐만, 어떻게 뒤로 돌아가지? 못 봤어! 이거 글씨 다시 보는 법 없나요? 아저씨! 나 이거 글씨 다시 보는 법. 글씨 다시 보는 법 없냐고요? 유튜브 깨하게. 다시 보기. 없군요. 다시 보기가 왜 없어, 이거. 에? 이런 게 있네. 안 본 텍스트 건너뛰기가 있네요. 수락됐다는 말이 소매에 무언가 숨겨두다. 로그? 로그 어딨죠? 로그 어딨어? 맨 위에요? 여기 있네. 오케이, 오케이. 확실히 해야지. 맥박을 재본다고 별일 일어나겠어? 원래 이런 텍스트형 게임들에는 이런 게 있거든요. 로그. 이 건너뛰기는 선택을 할 수 있는 선택을 할 수 있게 됐네요. 죽었나? 너무 플래그게.
And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
네 말이 맞아. 공주는 죽었어. 여기서 나가자.
Yes.
네 말이 맞아.
Exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you.
오케이.
Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out
빨리
of here.
나가자고. 나간다.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is
야,
the vast
해설자.
emptiness of some
너가
place
죽이라며.
far away.
너가 죽이려 놓고 무슨 여기가 어디야 이러고 있어.
What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good.
예?
Everyone is happy.
그러니까
You'll
난
be
갇힌 거네.
happy.
나는 오두막에 갇힌 거야. 헛소리. 여기서 날 내보내줘. 격리 엔딩. 알았어. 세상을 구한 것 치고 결말이 영 별로인데.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward.
영혼의 시작점.
This is what's best for everyone.
헐,
Trust me.
날 속였어. 날 손절함.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades.
헐,
It's all a wonderful, boring
설마.
blur. You've never been happier.
설마 이 지하실에 한 번 더 들어가 보는 건가? 와, 진짜 잔인하다 이 게임.
Psst. Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
설계도 공주의 한 모습인 거 아니냐 이게. 어? 오호. 말 못 들었어? 난 행복해. 우리는 행복해. 여기서 나갈 방법이라도 있어? 난 여기가 좋아.
I do, but you're probably not going to like it. The blade.
단검?
We can use the blade to get out of this.
어떻게 나가는데?
I can hear everything you say, little voice.
에?
There's only one thing it would want you to
Ah.
use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear
내가
hero.
나를 죽여야지 나갈 수 있구나.
He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
우리가 죽는 거 아니야? 아무것도 안 할래. 아무것도 안 할게.
What a relief. I suppose we've got all the time in the world for you to change your mind. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning.
치킨도 없고 넷플릭스도 없고 뭐가 행복한 공간이야. 털개꾼만 있으면 행복할 수 있는데 여기쯤에 하나 털개꾼 있으면 털개 영원한 거 엄청 좋아. 맞습니다. 영원한 게 있으면 그걸 누를 수밖에 없지.
Please shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voice's pleas fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually
영원한
and
건
pass ceased to have any
절대
meaning to you
없어.
long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy.
단검으로 벽에 그림을 그리자게 영원히. 단검이 없는데요? 단검 공주 그거 있는데요? 뭐야?
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot
예?
go further astray.
더 이상 갈 수 없다고? 우린 행복해. 행복하진 않군. 내가 마지막으로 말을 건 사람이라 그런 건 아니야. 그래, 행복하진 않군.
Because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
근데 그러면 이 공주의 모습이 얼마나 끔찍할까? 공주가 죽은 지 한 몇 달 됐을 거 아니야. 해골이 되어 있는 공주를 다시 마주하는 그 느낌.
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place. Do you not? Don't you?
우리가 죽는 거 아니야?
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you. In a sense, we'd die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
나를 죽이지 못하는 죽음은 나를 강하게 한다. 이거 누가 말한 거더라? 되게 익숙한데? 우리가 진짜 죽으면 별로 기분이 좋지 않을 것 같은데?
If we die, you can yell at me all you want.
die.
I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough
Ah,
reward
맞다.
for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate?
나를 죽이지 못하는 고통. 당신을 위해 이곳을 직접 만들어줬건만 이 배은맹망덕한.
Fine.
오케이.
For the first time
과연.
since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs.
과연 어떤 모습일까, 여러분? 깜짝 놀라는 거 아니에요? 기절하시는 거 아니냐고요? 꼭게나 조심하셔야겠는데요?
The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
빠밤.
You pick up the blade,
아!
you stab yourself,
뭐야?
and you die.
아니 너무 그게 없네? 한 번 더 조명을 해줄 줄 알았는데 그냥 바로 빼버리네.
The end. Nice knowing you.
유령? 웬 유령?
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
이 개자식 이제 알겠다. 네 속임수는 더 이상 소용없어.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time.
너 날 가뒀잖아, 이 자식아.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine. Well, if for
냉혈?
whatever reason you're going to...
냉혈의 목소리가 추가됐다. 공주를 죽이는 것도 별로 어렵지 않았잖아. 다시 죽이면 돼. 무슨 근거를 이번에 두 번째 하는 건지 모르겠지만 적어도 생각은 제대로 박혀 있군요. 왜 내가 내 말을 들어야지. 이 모든 일에 의미가 있긴 해?
Those are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
약간 제가 처음에 공주를 싸웠잖아요. 싸웠더니 싸움꾼이 추가되었고 지금 제가 공주를 대화도 안 하고 바로 죽여버렸더니 냉혈한이 추가됐던 거 보니까 나의 이전 선택이 자아가 만들어지는 조건인가 본데?
Let's say for a moment that this really is. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. Oh, we listened to you plenty. We slew the princess just like you asked us to, and then you locked us away in an empty void for eternity. So we slew ourselves too. Well, if you killed yourself, then you weren't listening to me, because I would never want you to do that. Believe it or not, I care about you. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We slew the princess, the world outside the cabin disappeared, we died, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left? It doesn't matter, because we didn't fail to slay her.
맞아.
And if she's really back, which I doubt, it'll be just as easy to do it again. But after that nasty trick you pulled on us, maybe she's not the only one around here in need of
사실
slaying.
공주를 죽여야 되는 게 아니라 해설자를 죽여야 되는 거 아니야?
Just stay focused, will you? Just be quick about it.
죽인 다음에 멸망했어. 이거.
That's a good point. How do we know we didn't have things backwards? Maybe slaying the princess was what ended the world, not the other way round. Yes, maybe this whole thing was a trick
맞아.
to get us to end the world. And now we get to go through the whole charade again, wholly aware of what's waiting for us at the end. But that's assuming she's alive in that cabin. We did kill her.
설마 진짜 없는 거 아니야?
You're going to find her in the cabin. If the princess had actually been slain, you wouldn't be here. And let me assure you, killing her will not end the world.
세상을 멸망하지
What
않습니다.
happened to you last
Eh?
time, but it's a load of nonsense. You'll get your happy ending. I promise. Well, that's exactly
그럼
what
아까
we're
그건
afraid
뭐야?
of. Really? Living happily ever after sounds that bad to you? Oh well, there's no use arguing over your masochism. The cabin awaits.
지난번에 공주는 단검에 심장을 찔리니 죽던데.
She just can. You'll have to trust that what I'm saying is true.
아, 좀 오케이.
People locked her in that bed. Look, I'm not supposed to say. Oh, of course we're special. I've told you everything you need to know. This is boring. He's clearly not interested in talking. So let's just do as he says. And maybe he'll stop bothering us.
그게 다야.
Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
떠나면 어떻게 될까?
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, she won't be a problem.
공주는 걱정 안 해도 돼. 왜 바로 죽여버릴 거라서? 아, 들어가실게요.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead.
공주는
Killed her
죽었어.
already.
우리가 이미 죽였지. 어떻게 될까? 단검을 가져와.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
거울에 다가간다.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
노래가 스산한데?
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cap. There was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged. Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous second life proposition. You haven't died. You certainly haven't already slain the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
아하하. 그렇군요. 선생님, 아무것도 아닙니다. 수업 계속해주세요. 돌아왔어. 모든 것이 돌아온 거야.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell.
유령의 집
Everything is
같아.
coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the room below is silent,
조용하다고?
nobody's here.
진짜 귀신 아니야, 귀신?
As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure.
귀신 공주.
I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend
Oh!
the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body, lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain.
젠지가 아니라요. 센지가 아니고.
Okay, she's definitely dead.
근데 이게 죽은 상태가 아닌가 봐.
It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your
뭐야, 이거?
thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up
귀여운데?
at you, followed by a mischievous skeletal grin.
가와이.
And finally,
어?
the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here? Ghost!
ghost.
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, killer. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
얘는 명확하게 기억하고 있어.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit,
뭐야?
gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
이쁜데?
Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin. So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again, if we wanted to.
게임이 맞돌이 이내를 밀어주네. 저 공허한 눈동자 최고. 여기 찔린 데다 찔린 데. 잠시 상황을 지켜본다. 공주를 죽인다.
Without a moment's hesitation, you lash out with your blade. It's like you're slashing at air. No matter how many times you stab at her, no
어떻게
matter
죽여?
how many angles you strike from, all you manage to do is interrupt her form, the skin of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through, unable to find anything solid.
You're adorable when you're confused. But I didn't say you could touch me. Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what?
너가 다시 만나게 될 줄 알았다면 널 죽이지 않았을 거야. 나도 죽었는데 너처럼 떠나지 않아. 어떻게 된 거지? 왜 너와 나는 다르지? 피해자 연기는 그만해. 지난번에 넌 날 위협했잖아. 당연히 공격하지. 넌 세상을 멸망시킬 운명이었잖아. 그래서 지난번에 널 죽인 거야. 넌 죽었잖아. 최소한 대부분은 죽었지. 그런 네가 날 해칠 수 있어? 내게 뭘 원하는 거지? 우리 팀에 아이디어 있어? 이거 내가 맨날 하는 건데? 꽃게란 아이디어 있어? 맨날 하는 건데 이거? 사람 죽였는데 귀신으로 다시 만나면 어떻게 할 거야? MBTI랑 반응 알려줘. 좋아. 널 해칠 수 없다면 여기서 할 일은 없군. 난 갈게. 왜 너와 나는 다르지?
You don't look dead, killer.
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
And you don't feel dead either.
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
I'm less interested in why you are or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are.
내가 뭐냐고?
I've
아,
tried
동화뱀.
to live on my own. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
좀 불쌍한데?
I just want to go home. I'm so cold and alone here. But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride.
몸을 빌려달라고?
After all,
어!
own me.
깜짝아.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us? She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it?
그러게. 궁금하긴 해.
Now isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly. You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
싫다면? 일시적인 거겠지? 겠냐? 오두막에서 나가면 내 몸에서 나갈 거지? 그러겠냐고. 난 내 몸의 통제권을 가질 수 있어? 말도 안 되는. 동의하기 전에 내가 이것을 나가면 어떻게 되는지 얘기할 필요가 있어. 난 내가 세계를 멸망시킬 거라 들었어. 나쁘지 않네? 좋아. 안 돼. 어떻게 되는지 얘기할 필요가 있어.
And what? You just believed that? You killed me without giving it any thought? That's cold.
널 믿었어?
That's rich coming from her. Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over. She's right, though, but that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that
쓸데없는
matters.
감정에 치우치지 마. 어떻게 세상을 멸망시키겠어? 내가 나갈 수 있게 도와주면 뭘 할 생각이지? 세상을 멸망시킬 거야? 이거 꽃게단 세상을 멸망시킬 거야? 제발 아니라고 말해줘. 괜히? 이건데? 제발, 맞아. 제발 아니? 할 겁니게. 난 차갑지 않아. 난 그냥 멍청이야. 바보 같은 등신 멍청이라고. 그 말을 믿다니 내가 왜 그랬지? 괜히요. 넌 뭘 할 거야?
I don't know. Maybe I'll just fade away. Finally able to rest once I'm free from my unfinished business. Maybe I'll haunt you.
헐.
It's a tough question, asking someone what she's going to do with her life.
The princess leans in
이쁜데?
close and pauses, the frigid air between you stale and unmoving.
Especially when that someone is dead.
She pulls back with a playful giggle.
갑자기 장르 데니 팬텀.
I don't think most living people could answer that either. Does anyone actually know who they are or what they want?
세상을 멸망시킬 거야? 제발 아니라고 말해줘.
I just wanted to leave. I still just want to leave.
그냥 나가고 싶어. 세상을 멸망시킬
The
거냐고.
only thing I've ever wanted was to leave this place. It's still the only thing I want.
세상을 멸망시키고 싶지 않다고 해도 널 내보내주면 세상을 멸망하는 거야?
It does.
네.
We're not asking you. We've heard your whole speech already.
한번 나가보고 멸망시킬지 말지 결정할 듯. 멸망 무쇠털겠군.
I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. I promise.
약속한다는데요?
The world doesn't matter. All I remember is that I'm supposed to be there, not here. I'm just supposed to be a part of it. It's
일부분이었다.
home, I think.
아, 거기로 가고 싶다고? 지금 멸망이 중요해! 당장 내보내. 저렇게 예쁜데 안 내보내?
But what does it mean for anything to end? I ended, but I also didn't. And you ended too. But here you are. And you don't even look any different. I'm not so sure endings are real.
그 얘기는 이제 됐어. 봤지? 이게 우리가 숲속에서 말했던 거야. 이 모든 일이 이미 일어났고 우리는 공주를 죽였어. 널 죽였을 텐데 왜 아직 살아있지? 왜 되살아나는지 알고 있어? 내가 죽기를 원해? 내 눈앞에서 죽어주면 그 복수에 대한 집착이 만족되겠어? 난 이미 죽어봤고 다시 죽는 것도 어렵지 않아. 미안해, 널 죽여서 지난번에 그러지 말았어야 했어. 내가 해줄 수 있는 일이 있을까? 내가 해줄 수 있는 일이 있을까? 왜 되살아났는지 알고 있어?
How should I know? Why does anyone come back? Maybe I have unfinished business with you. Or maybe you have unfinished business with me. All I know is there's a hole in my chest. And not the big obvious one that you put there. There's something older and deeper.
더 오래되고 더 깊은 구멍.
A nagging reminder that I'm not where I'm supposed to be.
내가 있을 곳이 여기가 아니라고 되뇌이는 구멍. 지난번에 널 죽여서 미안해. 미안해, 내가 해줄 수 있는 일이 있을까?
You already know what I want.
들어가게 해줘.
Let me in.
Let me in. 넌 좀... 한 번 더 죽이기 없나? 충분히 생각해봤지만 대답은 아니야. 널 내보내줄 수 없어. 근데 한번 해볼까? 궁금한데? 일단 저의 감정은 뭐냐면 저의 모습이 궁금해요. 그래서 들여보내주고 싶은데 그럼 날 죽이겠지? 공주를 죽여보자. 공주를 죽인 다음에 여기 또 세이브해서 오는 거야. 저장하고 하면 되지. 아, 좋습니다. 일단 죽여.
Without a moment's hesitation, you lash out with your blade. It's like you're slashing at air.
아,
You're adorable when you're confused. But I didn't say you could touch me.
아,
Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job? Or what?
우리 팀에 아이디어 있어?
She might be making it hard for us to kill her body.
어?
Those bones look very,
뼈?
very
아,
real. Maybe breaking them breaks her.
뼈다구를
Maybe
부시자.
burying them would put her to rest. Don't take any piece of her outside of this cabin. Maybe you should stop looking for loopholes and try harder to actually slay her. But we are trying.
내가 내 뼈를 바깥에다 묻는다면?
Those are just bones. They aren't me. Bury them, destroy them, whatever. That dusty pile of death is just a reminder of what you've done. It's not a fix for anything.
공주의 뼈를 부순다. 헐. 공주를 죽인다 다시. 다시요? 한번 뼈를 부숴볼게요.
You push through the princess and rush the pile of bones on the floor, swinging your fist down and smashing through what remains of her ribcage. The ancient bones splinter, then crumble, reduced to dust almost instantly.
시체 능력 오졌다.
Even after what I've said, you still gave it your all. Such a disappointing choice.
주먹으로
I
냅다
don't think I
부수네.
like the person behind those eyes.
나 일단 인간이긴 해?
I was willing to let bygones be bygones, killer.
어?
I was willing to ignore everything you
Ah!
did to me so we could get out of here together.
밖에 나갈 수만 있다면.
All I ever wanted was to leave
Ah!
this place.
아,
All I ever wanted was to find a way back home.
헐. 운다. 나한테 죄책감을 주고 있어.
Wherever home is.
Her eyes turn from wells of sorrow to pits of wrath as
Yeah.
she stares into you.
미안해.
I guess violence is the only language you speak.
아,
She forces her hand into your chest, and then... Yes? Nothing happens.
어?
Are you sure about that? Something should have happened. And yet it didn't. We're fine.
난 내가 두렵지 않아.
Not yet. But let's see if you stay that way.
You can't be sure if you first hear or feel what
그러니까.
happens next. But it is over before you can fully conceptualize what is. A horrific splintering,
에?
the squelching of organs, the rending of tissue, an icy, numbing pain.
I'm done asking. The next time I see you, I'm taking everything I
헐.
own. Starting with your body. If you won't choose to give me my freedom, I'll just have to make you give it to me.
She's real now. If she's making us
성체.
dead, we should return the favor.
어? 공주를 죽인다.
You
예?
swing your blade towards her briefly corporeal throat.
이럴
It
수가.
connects. A gash widens across her neck, glowing ectoplasm leaking from the wound. But it's too little,
으아!
too late. In her hand, you realize she clutches your still beating
도,
heart.
돌려줘.
It thumps, unsettling.
돌려줘.
Did we get her? Even if we didn't, we've given her something to remember.
See you soon, killer.
I'm afraid you'll never know. As she crushes your precious organ in her hand, everything goes dark,
와,
and you die.
와, 이 게임 흥미진진한데?
You're on a
예?
path in the wood. And here the deck's stacked,
아이고.
isn't it? We kill her, we start
배신감?
again. She kills us as a goddamn ghost. We start again. I'm starting to think we're being run in circles just for the sake of it.
또다시 공주를 죽이러 가야겠네, 또다시.
Come on. Let's not give in to all that misery just yet. There's got to be a way out of this. There's got to be a right answer.
공주를 배신해서인가?
Yeah. And what if there isn't? Aren't you listening to me? What if all of this was rigged from the start? That's ridiculous. There'd be no point in all this if it was just some kind of cosmic busy work. I think that's exactly what it is. The powers that be seeing how many ways they can screw with us. Could be it's all some kind of sick joke to them.
몸을 빌려줬어도 배신감의 목소리 나왔을 것 같다. 그러게요. 약간 몸을 빌려주면 나의 몸을 빼앗아서 약간 나한테 거짓말을 하다니 내 몸 돌려줘 이럴 것 같아요.
Wouldn't that get, I don't know, boring? Okay, so you've already been here. Twice even. Great. Then let me poke a few holes in your depressing little theory. Nobody here is screwing with you, and I can't imagine any scenario where you would have started over after slaying the princess. Well, we didn't have to start over. We killed ourselves. And why, pray tell, did you? Because you decided to foist an infinite tedium on us. That doesn't sound like me. If I'd had everything my way, you would have effortlessly slain the princess, saved the world, and been given your happy ending. The ending was the tedium. You locked us in a cabin
맞아.
and sent that cabin to an endless void.
거짓말쟁이야.
And then you told us we were happy. Well, were you happy? Of course
No.
we weren't happy. That's why we killed ourselves. It was awful. It was boring. It was bullshit. So you killed yourself? Yes. And then she killed us. Even though she was already dead. This is all fake.
인사이드 아웃 같다. 이제 정들음.
Okay, let's try to get back on track. You're real. The princess is real. The world is real. The people in the world are real. And the danger she poses to all of them is also, quite unfortunately, real. Whatever you did the first time, it sounds like it almost worked. So how about you give it one last try? Because killing yourself seems to undo all the good you almost managed to accomplish. All this standing around and talking is boring. Let's at least do something. Maybe we'll kill her again. Maybe we won't.
우리가 왜 널 도와야지? 어차피 넌 우리를 다시 가둬버릴 거잖아. 넌 다른 루프에서 만났던 해설자랑 똑같은 존재야? 받아들이는 게 빠르네. 우린 공주를 죽였고 공주에게 죽임을 당했어. 잘 풀리지는 않았지. 이 루프에 영원히 빠진 거라면 언젠간 결국 우리는 공주를 풀어주게 될 거야. 지금 하는 것도 나쁘지 않겠지. 우리가 오두막에 가지 않는다면 무슨 일이 일어나지? 가지 않으면
She
어떻게
finds
돼?
a way out on her own.
스스로 빠져나올 겁니다.
Of course she does. So, standing around out here is the same as us letting her out. Only we don't have to see her. That's got to be better, right? No, it's strictly worse. But she can't kill us out here. Why would staying out of killing distance be worse if she's getting out regardless?
출근하기 싫은 직장인처럼 미적거리고 있어.
Because it's cowardly, for starters, and because the unknown is always worse than the known. But really, all you're doing right now is weighing two considerably bad options. The only solution worth considering is slaying her, and whatever delusion is holding you back from doing that is just that, a delusion. If you already managed to end her in some other world, the only reason you'd be here is that you somehow managed to do it wrong.
공주를 잘못 죽였다?
More rules, more rhetoric. Since when is there a wrong way to slay her? I'm sick of it. Makes me want to end the world out of spite.
공주를 잘못 죽이는 방법이 도대체 뭔데? 넌 다른 루프에서 만났던 해설자랑 똑같은 해설자야?
If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no. That's a hedge, not a wager. I haven't met you, but you've clearly met me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the me you just met here is the same collection of experiences as the me you met at all of those other beginnings,
Yeah.
but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate. So, yes, I'm the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different. I'm not sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves, but he's asking for it.
오,
Maybe there's some
그러게.
way she can take care of him for us.
이 냉혈한 목소리는 좀 되게 이성적인 얘기를 해주네.
They've clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it.
우리가 왜 널 도와야 하지?
Tell you what, I won't do that. I promise.
진짜야?
Oh yeah, sure, that changes everything. I mean, he did promise, and you believed him. You're making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever. The those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't. And you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating. How convenient, everything always comes back to what you want us to do. I'm sick of him. Makes me want to end the world out of spite. On second thought, let's not kill him. Let's throw him someplace that never ends. I'd like to see what that does to him.
해설자도 사실 내 머릿속에 있는 내 자아 중 하나인 게 아닐까? 해설자를 죽이는 게 결국 나를 죽이는 거 아닐까?
You continue down the path towards the cabin. It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. The more he talks, the more I'm interested in setting her free. Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care. It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
반심리를 이용하는 거야? 아니면 그냥 포기하는 거야?
There's obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue. Would you look at that? We won. Take it however you will.
Okay. Go.
The interior of the cabin is long and dark, a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward.
단검이 없어.
The only furniture of note is... That's strange. What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Great. Something else has been taken away from us. I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?
거울 때문에 뒤쪽이 보이지 않아. 뒤에 뭐가 있지?
If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement. The way to the basement? Don't you mean door? No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening. What are the odds she's waiting for us right behind it? If I were running a bullshit factory, it's what I'd do. Let me assure you that there's nothing there. Nothing is going to jump out at you, and certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement.
이거 약간 그 점핑 뭐지? 점프 스퀘어였나? 그거 나올 그거 같은데. 타이밍.
He can't see the mirror. The knife is gone, defying his expectations. Who the hell is calling the shots here?
맞아. 점프 스퀘어.
Nobody is calling the shots. That's how reality works. You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward, towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake. We've always been watched. You're watching us right now. Sometimes the feeling is just stronger than others. I feel like you're trying to put us on edge. We don't need all this anticipation. We just need this to be over. You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there. Here we go. You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening. Nothing. It's like this place read our mind just to mess with us.
What you looking at, killer? Staring into the void? Thinking about what it'd be like to die again? I know exactly how you feel.
Shit. Where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then she, the princess, constricts. Your bones
Oh.
snap.
갑자기?
Icy pain radiates up from the break,
나를?
deep cold flooding your veins as your legs,
왜요?
numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them. You're met with
Oh.
the terrifying visage of the princess.
뭐야?
Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and
아니,
crooked teeth.
나 이 공주 해골바가지 부셨는데? 이럴 줄 알고 부셔놨지 이놈아. 이거 나 아무것도 안 입고 있네? 나 왜 알몸이야? 왜요 살인마임? 야 당신이 죽였으니까. 좀비? 아니 좀비 야 부셨을 텐데 분명 내가 주먹으로다가 갈비뼈를 뽀개고 왔는데 털은 있음. 털 있는데 진짜 털개인 듯. 뭐야?
Do you know how I feel? I gave you a path to forgiveness. I gave you a chance to make things right. I thought maybe you'd seen what you've done and feel remorseful. Maybe try to make it up to me. But no, you'd rather use that knife to keep making the same mistake over and over and over. Even after I ripped your heart out, you still cut me. And for what? I didn't go anywhere. You didn't banish me. I'm right back here with you. A little better, a little worse. Well,
와.
maybe a lot worse. So, here's how this is going to go. I'm going to take your body, and I'm going to walk it out of here.
안돼.
And you?
으악,
You
내
get to
발이.
watch me do it.
내
Completely
발.
helpless, just like you left me.
아니 내 발이 꺾이면 안 될 각도로 꺾였는데요?
I say we let her do it. It's something different.
뭔가 다르잖아.
Do we even have a choice?
선택지가 있긴 해.
You always have a choice.
발 부시면 몸에 들어왔을 때 아플 텐데. 맞아. 어차피 우리 몸 같이 쓰기로 했으니까 쉐어하는 입장에서 이런 짓은 하지 맙시다. 피차 좋게 갑시다.
Maybe before, but not now. There isn't a blade this time. Exactly. What choice is there if there isn't a blade? Well, unless you have any specific ideas, I think my vote's the only one that counts.
이제 공평하잖아. 너도 날 죽였고 나도 널 죽였지. 이제 지나간 일인 걸로 할까? 난 널 해치고 싶지. 이거 그건데? 우리 무승부로 하지 않을래? 내가 어쩌다 여기 온 건지도 몰라. 나도 이 모든 일의 피해자야. 너도 알잖아? 강제로 내 몸을 뺏으면 나와 다를 거 없잖아. 넌 악당이 되지 않아도 돼. 꼭 내 몸을 뺏어야 해? 그냥 내가 알아서 문을 열어주면 안 돼? 괜찮아. 난 사실 널 풀어주러 왔어. 하... 맘대로 하라고 해. 그래. 넌 악당이 되지 않아도 돼.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Ego is all about perspective. After all you've done, why would I ever care about what you think of me?
난 널 해치고 싶지 않아. 내가 어쩌다 여기 온 건지도 몰라. 내가 문을 열어주면 안 돼, 그냥?
I don't think you get the magnitude of hatred that sits between us. You've broken more trust than I thought I had. Oh, we're past the point of compromise. I'm taking your body, and
그래?
there's nothing you can do to stop me. Enough talking. We'll have plenty of time for chit-chat once this place is far behind us.
You remain
안
pinned to
돼!
the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding.
이렇게 말랐는데 가슴이 있다는 게 좀 웃긴데?
Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess. Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of... And whose fault is it there isn't a weapon here? Yours, I assume. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Whatever you did in those previous lives of yours, you really messed up. Are you seriously trying to blame this on us?
안 돼!
It fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul.
헐. 헐.
Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing.
발이,
You feel wrong.
발이 괜찮아졌는데? 나 발 아까 망가져서 일어나지 못해. 너가 아까 부러뜨렸잖아.
So cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out. I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. There's another option, you know. Don't help either of them. Flip the table.
판을 뒤집어 버리래.
That gap where the mirror was,
Oh.
I don't think it goes anywhere. Let's... Your body, still slumped against the wall, trapped between the princess's overwhelming will and the blinding pain of your splintered ankle, takes an excruciating step towards the cabin door.
호크와
The
마리오네트.
movement is stiff, your body reduced to a marionette, pulled reluctantly along by your strings.
심연석에 몸을 던진다.
In a single moment of overwhelming willpower, you tear your body from the wall and hurl it towards the gaping abyss. Capillaries burst and muscle fibers tear as you and the princess struggle over the reins of your body. One foot planted firmly on the edge where the floor ends, and the nothing begins. It's unquestionable that her reserves are greater than yours, but fortunately for you, the distance you have to cover is far shorter. Enough is enough. I'm tired of us always losing. It's just a step away. You throw everything you have against her and manage, for one brief moment, to overpower the princess's hold on your body. But that moment was all Her thought slips through you, unheeded, as you fall and fall. What an end. But at least it's ours. An empire of frigid nothing. I don't think this qualifies as saving the world, but at least you didn't ruin it.
망치진 않았네요.
What happens now?
끝이야 이게?
But I want to know what he thinks happens.
넌 알 수 없어.
Oh? And why is that?
어느 지점까지 가면 해설자가 목소리가 사라지네? 해설자가 혹시 공주인가? 아니면 해설자가 팔인가?
He's gone. But
What's happening to me?
she's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
우리는 전에도 여기 왔었고 넌 그때로 두려워했어.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
해설자만 세계랑 연결된 A인가 보게. 아, 세계가 멸망했으니까 해설자의 소리도 안 들린다.
It's going to do something to us. I can feel it. You don't need to comfort them.
이건 끝이 아니야. 앞길에 뭐가 있든 괜찮을 거야.
If you say so, we'll trust you. So, this is all going to work out. Whatever makes you happy.
거울에 다가간다. 아까랑 똑같은데? 성장했다고? 내가 성장했대. 당신은 오두막에 있다.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
주머니?
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
넌 저번과 같은 존재야?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
뭔가 야하게, 예? 무서워. 척추 측만증 같은. 이렇게 변하는 기분이 어때?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together.
다음에는 공주의 얘기를 좀 들어볼게요. 공주의 이야기를 좀 들어보고 해설자를 배신하자.
It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
이 모든 게 끝나면 뭐 하고 싶어?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself.
이 모든 일이 끝나면 내가 널 죽일 거라는 걸 알고 있어? 보이지 않는 벽이 날 가로막았어. 왜 이전과 똑같은 선택할 수 없지?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own.
아하.
They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
이미 봤던 엔딩은 가지 못하게 막아놨다? 내가 널 죽일 거라는 거 알고 있어?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
내가 만났던 자들 중 나를 가장 친절하게 대해줬어. 고마워. 왜지? 왜지?라고 물어볼게요.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
다음엔 어떤 그릇을 원하지?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. Do not worry. There are no wrong answers. And every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
이 그릇에 대해 어떻게 생각해?
This one is loneliness turned to seething.
외로?
She could not find her strength in others, so she found it in herself. She
집착스러운
will
침자.
make for a driven heart. Do not mourn her. she isn't alone anymore.
무섭다. 어떤 방향으로 성장하고 싶은지에 대해 딱히 원하는 게 없는 거야? 난 널 해치고 싶지 않아.
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
난 널 해치고 싶지 않은데 계속 할 때마다 널 해치게 돼.
There is a hurt that dwells in them, but they are not me. They are thoughts and perspectives. They are
감정들,
feelings that in the wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart.
심장의 무기니?
Without them, I would be as I was before. I cannot be as I was before. There are new spaces that I must fill.
새로운 공간들이 있다? 그릇을 얼마나 더 가져와야 되지?
If I am to be an ocean, you have given me enough to build a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more. The task of finding
돌아갈
I
준비가
await your
됐어.
return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
깜짝아. 공주와 영웅.
You're on a path. You're here to That's the spirit. You make your way up the short path. We're not going to go through with this, right? Ignore him. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare.
이번엔
The
검도
air is
가져가지 말자.
stale and musty. The blade is your.
검도 가져가지 마. 난 얘기하러 온
The
거야.
basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
불살로트 이러네.
Hello? Is someone there?
목소리가 약간 부들부들 떨리는데?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your
내가
life.
단검을 가져오지 않았기 때문에 이렇게 약한 목소리가 나오는 건가?
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
그냥 괜찮은지 보러 왔어. 구해주러 왔어. 사람들이 널 죽이라던데? 안녕.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
얼빠 영웅. 그 전에 잠깐 이야기 좀 해봐. 하자.
Okay.
와. 이름이 뭐지? 난 너에 대해서 아무것도 몰라. 그저 이유가 있으니까 여기 갇혔다는 것만 알아. 사람을 본 게 정말 오랜만이라 했는데 그동안 뭘 먹고 살아온 거지? 마실 것은? 그러게. 그러네. 얘는 인간이 아닌 건가? 난 널 죽이라는 임무를 받았어. 내가 세상을 끝장낼 거라던데. 내 도움으로 밖에 나간다면 뭘 할 거지? 일단은 널 여기 계속 가둬둘 거야. 그럼 내가 널 어떻게 할지 결정하는 동안 서로에 대해 조금 더 알 수 있겠지. 넌 믿을 수 없어. 내 앞뒤가 맞지 않는 이야기에 세상의 운명을 걸 수는 없어. 이름이 뭐야?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess?
영웅은 약간 좀 바보네. 그럼 공주가 이름인가?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
뭐지? 이름을 말하는 거 꺼려하네. 그 왜 악마들은 이름을 밝히면 종속된다는 얘기가 있잖아요. 그것 때문일까 혹시? 직업이 아내인 거야? 아니면 아내라고 불러야 하는 거야? 그거 약간 제가 처음 아내쿤을 여러분들께 선보였을 때 이름이 아내쿤인 거야? 아니면은 아내인 거야? 라고 물어보는 거랑 똑같네요. 꺼려 한다기보단 그냥 설정값이 그거밖에 없는 걸지도.
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name.
이름이 까먹었다?
Okay, that's weird.
악마야 악마. 악마라서 자신의 이름을 말해주면 종속되기 때문인 거야. 아마도.
She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade and slay her before it's too late.
공주의 악마다. 난 너에 대해서 아무것도 몰라. 그저 이유가 있으니까 여기 갇혔다는 것만 알아.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
사람을 본 게 정말 오랜만이라 했는데 그동안 뭘 먹고 살아온 거지?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
넌 너무 건강해 보여.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen.
네?
But I agree with the princess.
아니,
That's hardly relevant.
아니 중요한 거 아니야? 더 말라 있어야 되는 거 아니냐고. 물도 안
Okay,
마셨는데.
but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
널 죽이라는 임무를 받았어. 내가 세상에 끝장낼 거라던데. 하지만 널 직접 봐야겠다고 생각했어. 아직은 뭘 믿어야 할지 모르겠어. 점점 그게 사실이라고 생각되고 있어. 내 얘기는 어딘가 이상한 구석이 있어. 아직은 뭘 믿어야 할지 모르겠다.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
하긴 안 알려줬지. 네가 알려줄 거라고 생각했는데.
I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's
몰라?
what you're getting at.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that. And I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
맞아. 그건 그래.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
맞아.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about.
아내쿤과 이 오두막을 나가자. 아내쿤.
Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
널 죽이진 않겠지만 풀어줄 순 없어. 너무 위험해. 아니면 내가 여기 많이 똥물을 해주는 건 어때? 그럼 모두가 행복할 거야. 일단은 널 여기 계속 가둬둘 거야. 그럼 내가 널 어떻게 할지 결정하는 동안 서로에 대해 좀 더 알 수 있겠지. 널 믿을 수 없어. 앞뒤가 맞지 않아. 족쇄 좋아 나가게 해주지. 내가 이 결정을 후회하게 하지 마. 일단은 족쇄를 한번 살펴볼게요.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you, and you won't. I promise.
나를 실망시키지 말아줘라.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to
표정이
the
약간-
wall and give them a tug.
표정이 좀 별로 안 좋은데?
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
열쇠가 없다면 다른 좋은 생각 있어? 위로 올라가 보지. 여기 어딘가 열쇠가 있을지도 몰라. 없다 해도 족쇄를 부술 만한 걸 찾을 수 있겠지.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
예? 팔을 잘라도 된다고요?
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
아플 텐데.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
그래?
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
내보내줘!
Is someone else here?
어이 문 열어.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
칼도 없이 그냥 목을 쫄라 죽여야 돼? 문을
You try
열어본다.
the door, but it's locked from the outside. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
손으로 맨손으로 팔 절단 내기. 와. 여기가 관절이니까 여기를 꺾어야겠는데? 아니면은 여기를 팔을 꺾는 게 아니라 손만 이거 꺾어도 나갈 수 있을 것 같기도 하고.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
여기 으드득.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth,
예?
her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
예? 아니 나는 여기나 여기 생각했는데 여기를 먹는다고? 갑자기요?
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you. The clang of it's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
그럼 진작 혼자 탈출할 수 있었잖아. 그러게요. 위층에 있던 단검입니다. 어째서 여기 있는지는 모르겠지만 지금이 바로 공격할 타임입니다.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
공주를 구한다.
Fine. Against your
으악!
better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp,
으악!
and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of
표정이.
her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
이게 다 락픽이 없어서 그래.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole
어떻게 된
ordeal.
거야? 비명 한번 지르지 않았잖아.
No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
너 파리.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
샹크스. 나가면 결혼하는 거야.
Reaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, This isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
어?
What are you doing?
어? 경고한다? 공주를 죽인다. 다가간다. 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 공주를 죽인다. 공주를 죽인다. 경고한다.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward,
Oh.
the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
이건 내 의지가 아니야.
Stop it! Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
저항한다.
The blade! Move the blade! As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
아네쿤이라고 생각해봐. 아네쿤이 여기에 거대한 몸을 가지고 있는 거지. 집게발을 이렇게 가지런히 모으고 있고. 한쪽 집게발은 없겠다. 한쪽 집게발은 사라져 있고. 귀여워. 귀여워 이러시네.
We both know this isn't you.
어째서 이런 상황에 아네쿤을 대입하지 못해서 안달인 거임. 아네쿤 귀엽잖아요.
She nervously reaches
Oh.
towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands.
가져왔어.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'll try to be quick.
아네쿤한테 족쇄 채울 수는 있냐? 당연하죠. 아네쿤한테는
She
안
plunges
돼!
into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony.
왜 날 죽인 거야?
You aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
아니 미안하다고 하는 것 치고는 너무
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
이럴 수가.
I'm so sorry.
With one last
Wow.
thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this. Oh, that's rich coming from you.
울어준다.
As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over.
나를 위해 울어주고 있어.
Everything goes dark. And you die.
보통은 당신은 죽었습니다로 끝내더니 불필요하게 묘사 많이 하네. 해설자가 하는 복수인 듯. 소공녀. 예?
You're on a path. You're here to... A warning. She will lie. She will cheat. If only you knew what you did to us, you villain.
홀렌자의 목소리.
Excuse me?
네?
Forget he said any. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of our love.
공주 빠 생겼다. 약간 돈키호테 같다. 저랑 똑같은 생각 하셨네. 홀린자, 돈키호테 같은디.
Last time? What are you... I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him. I do
But I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet.
엄청나게 아름다운 공주가 있거나 아니면 엄청나게 추녀인 공주가 있으면 좋겠다. 엄청나게 추녀인데 이 홀린 자는 계속 찬양을 하는 거야.
Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
아, 오두막에 들어갑니다.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
단검? 가져가지 말자.
The door to the basement
와,
flings
뭐야?
open, revealing an
어?
intricate stairwell.
앞에?
Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight.
날 반기는 것 같대.
But it's still a stone basement.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's
Oh.
somehow even more beautiful than last time. I think
만나자마자
I'm in
키스하는 거
love.
아니냐 걔. 개 좋은 지하실인데 죽이는 게 왜 잡이냐고.
Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you? We don't even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love.
매력.
Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the
Oh.
stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
뭔가 좀 더 매력적이진 것 같다. 머리도 좀 길었고 가슴도 좀 더 커진 것 같고 그 드레스도 좀 더 그렇게 된 것 같은데.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero.
Oh.
I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really
좋아한다.
goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. You've been here before, haven't you?
That's right, villain, and you killed us.
Well, she killed.
Only because he made us try and kill her, it was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever. Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
다른 곳에 왔을 뿐이다.
Horrible for you, maybe, but we've been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this?
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
Do your job. 저번에 날 죽였지. 왜 그랬지? 또 잘라줘야 돼? 네가 죽고 나서 무슨 일이 있었지? 지난번에 날 죽이고 난 다음 혹시 세상을 멸망시켰어? 지난번에 있었던 일은 미안해. 널 죽이라고 날 보낸 해독자가 내 몸을 조종했어. 아주 불공평하지.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride, to a surprising extent. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do?
명령을 내리는 자가 있는 걸까? 그러게. 입이 하트 모양이야. 그래요?
There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him.
지난번에 날 죽였지. 엄청나게 아팠다고. 왜 그랬지?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we? We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
모두를 위한 최선의 선택이었대. 나를 죽이는 게.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
칼을 안 가져왔는데 또 잘라줘야 돼?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with.
에?
Cut my arm off again.
제 팔을 또 잘라줬다고?
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done. What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird? She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel. No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
내가 죽고 나서 무슨 일이 있었지?
You died, and now we're talking.
우리가 대화를 시작하기 전에 세상이 멸망했어?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world?
헐.
Would that have made you happy?
나랑 사랑에 빠졌네? 홀린 자 있는 채로 공주 죽이면 홀린 자가 흑화할지 궁금하게.
Isn't that just like her?
아까 세이브 했으니까 아니네? 그거 했네? 칼을 가져오지 않은 다음에 세이브 했네?
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
아무튼 한번 해보죠. 세이브 했으니까 안 했다. 솔직히 말해서 세상은 엿같고 인간은 성가셔. 내가 모두에게 느리고 고통스러운 파멸을 안겨줬다면 차라리 좋겠어. 예? 세상의 멸망을 원하지 않아.
Then I didn't end the world.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself. Not so sure. No. I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I would if you had a weapon.
네가 뭐 우리 몸을 빼앗아서 공주를 죽이게 시킬 거야?
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
What?
Approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
훨씬 아름다워졌어.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you. There's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
Wow.
If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved.
아내쿤. 아내쿤. 이런 것을 지금은 좀 지켜보는 사람이 많아서 말이지.
Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
예.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
what do we do now?
뭘 하고 싶어?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave,
어,
and I think
The princess closes her
Oh.
eyes in deep reflection,
무슨 말 하려고?
and then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
결혼하자. 그리고 나가서 버튜버가 되는 거야. 난 내가 원하는 걸 알려주길 원해. 뭔가 원하는 게 있을 거 아니야. 세상에 뭐 멸망을 원해? 그냥 나가고 싶어.
I just want to make you happy.
날 행복하게 해주고 싶어.
She can't just want to make us happy.
노래가 달라졌어.
It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
뭔가 원하는 거 있을 거 아니야. 왜 이렇게 많아? 노래가 약간 은근 다른데? 노래가 약간 무서운 음이 생겼어.
I just want to make you
Oh!
happy.
전 그냥 당신을 행복하게 해주고 싶어요.
Is she broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
약간 일본 애니메이체가 되고 있다. 하지만 뭐가 널 행복하게 하는데? 날 불행하게 해주길 원해. 그냥 나가고 싶어.
I just want to make you happy.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right.
걔가 너무 납작해졌어.
I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
되게 그거다, 상징적이다. 뭔가 원하는 게 있을 거야.
Okay, I'll find something
What?
else to want if that makes you happy.
헐. 번짐 효과.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now? Like we're the only ones here?
잠깐. 세 번째까지 못 갔는데? 세 번째까지 못했어. 아니메 공주.
No. She was our perfect match. She's gone. And is that a...
수척해졌대. 근데 좀 더러워졌어, 뭔가.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
야리야리야라. 너는 모순이 아니야. 모순은 존재하지 않아. 이거 중간 탈락인가? 좀 더 그거 해야겠는데? 돌아가야겠는데? 너는 모순이 아니야. 모순은 존재하지 않아.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
내가 행복한 것이 공주의 행복이라는 게 그 대사가 좀 설계의 마음을 울렸어요. 꽃게란도 좀 배우시길 바라겠습니다. 어떻게 모순으로 존재할 수 있다는 거야?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
결말 못 봤냐게 납작해 하지 말라게. 설계 집 개발 물어뜯기. 아무리 다시 돌아가도 우리 둘은 매번 서로를 다치게 해. 그 사실이 널 변화시키지 않아? 더 나쁘게 만들지는 않아?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
사실 오히려 널 더 좋아하게 만들어. 그게 무슨 뜻인지는 모르겠어. 내 옆에 있으면 모든 게 작아 보여. 나는 딱히 관심 없어. 모든 게 끝나길 원할 뿐이야. 그래, 넌 날 괴롭게 해. 난 널 증오해. 널 더 좋아하게 만들어.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
이 글에 대해 어떻게 생각해?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you.
상냥한
She
심장.
make for a gentle heart.
이 그릇 마음에 드는걸? 이 그릇을 나에게 주오.
Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
이 일이 끝날 때 널 죽일 생각이야.
If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try. But know that I do not wish you harm, even if you attempt to destroy me.
이 목소리가 공주의 진짜 모습인가? 공주는 이렇게 납작한 캐릭터가 아니다 이거지. 이 모든 폭력적인 모습, 순종적인 모습, 그리고 또 괴물 같은 모습이 다 공주의 모습이다. 우리가 한 세계를 떠올 때 그 세계는 어떻게 되는 거야?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen.
예?
The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
뭘 하고 싶은지 정했어?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me.
그것을 얼마나 더 가져야 하지? 피곤한 목소리로. 아무 관심 없다를 네 줄로 늘려쓰기.
I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
내가 다음에 어떤 그릇을 가져올지는 여전히 신경 쓰지 않는 거야?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
유호가 없다고? 원하는 게 없어
The
그럼?
tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your...
얼마나 더 가져와야 되지?
We will know when we near...
돌아갈 준비가
I
됐어.
will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
아까고
You're
가기 전에
in the woods, and at the end of that
가기 전에 아니 블로그
Isn't that just like you listen?
이거 가서
Then I didn't.
See? No, you're what? I'm not. I'd listen. I told.
I'm free.
Who need?
우린 떠날 거야.
Sounds perfect.
The princess
Oh.
takes your hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
노래 봐.
I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You and the princess
Wow.
walk up the stairs,
아름다워.
hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh,
Oh,
isn't that interesting? The door
아이고.
slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
나갈 수 없다.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love.
Enough with this
True love.
nonsense. You just met her.
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
열 수 있겠어? 함께 한다면 열 수 있을 거야. 열
Well,
수
I don't
있겠어?
know. Do you think I can?
Of course she can. You believe in her, right?
Nobody is leaving this basement.
함께 한다면 열 수 있을 거야. 그래, 넌 할 수 있어.
Okay, let me try.
The princess tries the handle, and the lock clicks,
와우.
and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me?
I told you she could do it.
어떻게 된 거야,
Will the
이거?
princess make your way upstairs?
설마!
And the blade.
설마
That's right,
단검으로 나
there's still a
죽이는 거
chance
아니야?
for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
저장. 그러지 않는다. 일단 그러지
You're
않는다.
enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
해설자 귀여워 이러시니.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin. And then you step
Oh.
outside.
A happy ending at last.
오. 뭐지? 엔딩인가?
We did it. What should we
Oh.
do now?
Where did everything go?
뭐야?
Where did he go?
에?
Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
그대의 눈동자의 건배.
I'm cold. Is
뭐야?
being happy supposed to
무서워.
be so cold?
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
아, 아니 잠깐만 어떻게 된 거야? 뭐지? 벌써 끝났다고? 이 루트는 뭔가 빠르네?
She's gone. Is that a...
또 뺏겼어.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of all of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same. This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart.
얼마나 많은 공주 스탠딩 일러가 있는 거기.
Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
이거 다 수작업으로 어떻게 했지? 종이가 얼마나 많이 필요했을까? 종이 한 1000장 넘게 쓰겠는데? 돌아갈 준비가 됐어.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
뭔가
You're on a path
Okay.
in the woods.
다시 불러와. 아, 다시 불러오고.
The blade, that's right. There's.
아, 죽여버리고.
You take the blade from the table, turning its tip towards the unsuspecting princess. Thank you.
Wait. No. You barbarian, what are you doing?
But you ignore the pleas of the foolish little voice and strike. The princess's eyes grow wide with terror as the blade falls, but she does absolutely nothing to stop you. Your blade pierces her heart, and she collapses pathetically to the ground.
한심하대.
I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong?
맙소사.
No, my love, you did nothing wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not you.
안 돼, 울고 있어.
I'm going to die now. I think
Oh.
that's what you want.
나쁜 털개래. 아니, 나쁜 털개라니요. 이거 저의 의지가 아니었습니다. 해설자 때문이에요. 해설자가 저한테 그러라고 시켰습니다.
And just like that, she's dead. And the world is saved. Thank you for seeing this through. I know it must have been difficult.
이 해설자 나쁜 녀석.
I feel sick.
Sick. You took part in the murder of the fairest creature that's ever lived. And you merely feel sick. I, for one, am absolutely distraught. Grief-stricken. Inconsolable.
You'll get over it. You just saved everyone.
Get over it.
어?
You smarmy ass. There's nothing in the world worth getting over it for. We might as
자살?
well just end it all.
You raise
Oh.
the blade, aiming the point directly towards your heart. Excuse me? No, you absolutely do not do that. Yeah, let's not make any rash decisions. We should give ourselves a minute, take a deep breath, and...
Rash. The only rash decision we've made was running our cursed blade through her heart. This is far from rash. This is measured. This is the only thing left for us to do now that she's gone.
로미오와 줄리엣이 따로 없네. 거절한다. 한번 해봐. 나 세이브.
Exactly, you're not doing this.
All of you may have previously thought that my passions were too great to stifle, but those were merely passions of joy. My passions of sorrow run deeper than the ocean itself, and you'll find that they are far more unstiflable. Haven't you? Haven't you all?
I don't believe this. What? What don't you believe?
와.
Plunge the blade into your own heart and collapse to the floor. You can't be serious. Why are you helping him? I'm not. He just made it happen. I'm sorry.
That's right. You're all sorry.
오, 이렇게 하면 넘어가는 거고.
And you die.
좋아, 좋아. 궁금해. 드디어 넘어갔다.
You're on a path in the woods.
You horrid monster. Do you think just because we've returned to the woods you've earned my forgiveness? Our beloved had best be alive and well when we return to the cabin,
Wow.
or you'll never know the end of my wrath.
개빡쳤다. 공주가 이제 사랑이 없어진 상태의 공주인가 봐.
She won't be alive and well when we
Oh.
return to that cabin. Because she's dead. We killed her.
너 또 나왔구나.
You killed her, and so I killed you.
And you clearly didn't do a good enough job. I'm still here.
냉혈아.
Oh, and I'm still here too. If you lot get to be blessed with seemingly eternal life, that must mean she's still there, waiting for us to throw ourselves at her feet in remorse.
I doubt it. I think I'm better at killing.
냉혈 곱하기 홀린 자. 이보세요.
So you've been here before. Of course you've been here before. What count is it this time? 2? It's our third. What gave it away? Your open discussions.
I couldn't care less what he knows. Every second we stand around arguing in the woods is a second that I'm anxiously worrying about her. Take us to the cabin and take us there now. With each passing moment, our relationship may be damaged even further, though I fear the rift between us may already be permanent.
냉혈은 른입니다. 여기서 냉혈 른을 미는 사람은 왠지 사스케 른을 밀었을 것 같은 사람이군요.
And if it is permanent, then what? Oh, you just wait and see. My vengeance will echo the depths of my bereavement.
홀린 자 준네 말 맞네. 영웅이가 아방에서 좋네요. 온게 최애는 아직 안 나왔게.
Don't provoke him. I prefer if we didn't die again. Why not? You've already done it twice. It was unpleasant. It was only unpleasant because you think it's supposed to be unpleasant. I'll make you feel what I feel if it's the last thing I do. And mark my words, you won't like it when it happens. Oh, how exciting. I'd love to see you try. Can I? Well, I'm not just going to try.
뭐지?
I'm going to
왜 이렇게
actually
싸워?
do it. I'm looking forward.
그만 싸워.
Good. I am too. Can I talk now? Yes, I can. Great. Now that
공주를 또 죽인다면 자살하려 들지 마. 알아들었어?
Oh, it's clear, you murderer. Though I should remind you that you're not as in charge as you seem to think you are. I'm sure his outburst last time was just a fluke. I wouldn't worry about him. Besides, if he kills us again, he kills us again. It doesn't matter.
둘 관계가 심상치 않게. 냉혈 홀린 맛이 좋네요.
Always burns out in the end. Spoken like a true cynic. Enough bickering. Just stay focused and get to the cabin.
때려칠래 안녕 이것도 있네. Go.
I'm sure you've already heard my
와,
words of
뭐지?
warning in one of your past lives. Oh, we'll muck it up all right. We'll get our happy...
해피 엔딩을 얻어내고 말 것이오.
Whatever you do, don't let him influence a
정신
single
나갔잖아요.
decision. He's clear. I hate that I'm agreeing with him on anything, but I really don't like being at the whims of someone so unstable. Yes, having all those feelings isn't very productive, is it?
흥객.
But we're just passengers here. Why stress over something you can't control? You're saying that like stress is just something you can turn off. It is. It's easy. This is horribly unproductive. The cabin and your extremely important destiny await.
노래가 되게 영화 노래 같다.
The interior of the cabin feels dry and brittle.
에? 없어.
Ancient dust-covered wooden beams hold up a crumbling ceiling
아,
like
여기 있구나.
mummified
여기.
ribs. Each elegantly carved detail of the stately building preserved in an extended stasis. Everything here has been kept safe and dry and lifeless.
칼이 없어, 칼이.
But you're not alone. You can feel something watching you. There is a figure faintly outlined against the dusty wood of the far wall.
설마 여기 뒤에서 날 보고 있는 거 아니야? 유령이네? 그게 문제가 아니라 저기 유령 아니게 진짜네? 뭐야 이거?
Is that
칼이야 칼.
her? Our beloved. So she does live. She doesn't look very alive to me. Before you can make a move, the figure is gone, vanishing behind the door at the far side of the room. The door at the end of the room, but there isn't a door. There's a mirror, that's it. The mirror? Is this some kind of joke? That's strange. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Maybe it's gone because we've already killed her.
이미 죽였기 때문이지.
Perhaps it's gone because an oh-so-deserved guilt has started to worm its way into each and every one of you. I suppose it doesn't matter why the blade is gone, but you're going to have to find it if you're going to do this right. So... you make your way to the door at the end of the room, Stop, it's so hazy. It's time for all of you to see what we've become. You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. The handle is just a little to your right, and a little down. So much for our reflection. We didn't need to see ourselves anyway. I'm much more interested in seeing other things. I see. We are too hideous for even a mirror to behold. We can only hope she might still see some good in us. No way left to go but down.
어떻게 됐을까 공주? 유령이 됐을 것 같아. 유령이 있어.
Revealing an antique
유령
staircase
신부야.
lit by weak torchlight. The air here is so stale it practically stands still, as if the very molecules of this place have been fossilized, trapped for eons until you.
옛날에는 좋았는데 우리 좋았었잖아.
Even the blaze of the torches can't penetrate the odorless air, as if they'd run out of fuel to burn ages ago, their light still flickering more out of habit than from a wispy figure watches you from the bottom of the stairs, face veiled in shadow. There she is again. My love. She's just an old memory. Your eyes lock for a brief moment, then she vanishes around the corner.
지난번 일은 미안해. 괜찮아?
You receive no response. Do you think she's upset with us? I don't like being here unarmed after what happened last time. I feel so exposed. Of course she's livid, and with good reason. You aren't helping. Are you scared of a little ghost? What's she going to do? Look at us until we feel
우리를
bad?
해칠 수 없어.
She can look all she wants. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, her wrist still bound to the wall by a heavy chain. This cell is a dark and isolated place, with not so much as a window to allow starlight to penetrate the gloom. See? She's dead. No! What foul trickery is this? How can this be? We just saw her alive and well a moment ago, floating away transparently. Whatever we saw was a ghost. I thought we were all on the same page. Do try to keep up. Your thoughts are interrupted by the sound of a slamming door and a clicking lock. You turn to see the shade of the princess staring down at you from the top of the stairs, clutching a brightly burning torch.
얀데르게 된 게 아닐까?
So she is dead.
단검이 저기 있군요. 심장에 박혀 있어요. 그런데도 죽지 않았군요.
Oh, for the love of... Can we not waste time arguing over the semantics of what is and isn't dead? She is clearly conscious. She clearly just slammed the door on you, and she clearly has a weapon. Your pristine blade sticking out of her chest. This is extremely bad. Catastrophic, even. Yeah, dead or not, what are we supposed to do about her? Slaying, or destroying, if we want to be a little more death neutral, seems off the table. We make amends. She obviously still holds us in her heart. She's bearing a torch for us and everything. But she hasn't said anything. Are you sure she can talk like this?
You came back. I missed you.
That angelic voice. I missed you too, my beloved. You sure snapped back to your old self quick. Yes. Seeing her dazzling countenance again has reignited the warmth in my heart. I have found it in me to forgive the sins this body has committed.
This is a bad place.
어,
We're supposed to be together, but it keeps making us hurt each other.
서로를 해치게 만들어요.
The torch falls from the princess's hand and bounces down the
나
stairs.
죽이려고. 나 죽일 생각.
It'll be so much better when it's gone.
The skeletal wood of the basement, perfectly dry after uncountable... She's trying to kill us. A misplaced escalation of her passions, but clearly she still cares for us. I say we burn with her.
왜 문을 닫았지? 내보내줘. 날 죽일 생각이냐? 이러다 다 죽겠어. 몰랐을 때 우로 좌로 와랄라 굴러야 한다게. 이러다 사주겠어. 세이브. 널 죽여서 화낸 거야?
I'm
미안해.
not mad at you. You gave me so much to think about. And it's all going to be over soon. It's all going to be better.
She's holding a grudge. She wouldn't. She's perfect. The fire grows quickly, devouring the basement, dancing up the walls and painting every surface with strokes of flame.
얼굴을 가까이서
Choked
보고
by
싶다.
smoke, and the air around you grows uncomfortably warm. We've never burned to death before. I wonder how it's going to feel. Bad! I bet it'll feel really, really bad. Yes, it will be terrible, so you'd better come up with something to do and fast. Your personal safety is far from the only thing she's threatening right now. I think a bit of fiery passion is good for the world. You're just trying to spoil her fun. I'm not spoiling anything. I'm trying to prevent oblivion.
단검을 향해 달려간다. 공주님이 아니라 네로 황제 같은데.
As you rush up
호다다다닥.
the stairs towards the princess, the entire cabin erupts into a raging inferno. You push through the flames, trying to ignore the choking hot air filling your lungs.
뭔가 아까 유령보다
Your hand wrapping around the hilt of the blade.
유령도 그게 있네. 외모 차이가 있네.
The metal is already blistering hot.
웃고 있어.
Your hand sizzles as it melts on contact. You can't so much as
융합됐어.
pull away, your nerves seizing up as they're fried. The bones of your hand fusing in place around the weapon.
우와.
The princess, smiling warmly as her skin bubbles away, places her hand on yours and clutches it to her chest.
영원히 함께해요. 하나가 되죠.
Pain is
아니.
unbearable at first. Every inch of you screams as your flesh is stripped away, your muscles
으악,
stiffening as they're
징그러워.
cooked, your blood boiling
이거는
in
근육이 타는
veins.
모습이고 이거는 지방이 타는 모습인가? 으악!
But it isn't long before the flames take
눈알이-
your nerves, and with them, your ability to feel much of it.
눈알이 녹고 있잖아.
See? That wasn't so bad. It was so bad. But somehow,
영혼 결혼식 처음 봐 이러시네.
it's so much
당연히 처음
worse.
보시겠지.
You'll get used to it.
으악! 징그러.
There are still the feelings of the heart. Those never go away.
손 그림이라 다행임. 이거 만약에 디지털 그림이었으면 더 징그러웠겠다.
Oh, they always do in the end. You just haven't experienced enough. Eventually you'll want them to stop too. You'll make them stop.
우와!
The princess's smile never fades. Her skin peels away, and then her muscle, until all you can see is her
근육.
charring skull, locked in an eternal grin.
이거 이런 그림을 그리려면 불에 타서 죽은 사람의 과정을 참고 사진으로 봤을 텐데 얼마나 끔찍했을까?
It's very romantic, really. We got our happy ending after all. We can die happy.
헐. 낭만 다 죽었네. 와우.
She's gone, and there's that mirror again.
그냥 돼지 껍데기 구운 사진 참고하면 안 되냐게. 돼지 껍데기는 맛있죠. 넌 이제 끝이야. 하지만 난 끝이 아니지. 달라졌네 이거?
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. Do it then. End us all before I die of a broken heart.
과학수사도 실제 사람을 태우거나 총을 쏴서 조사하지는 않지게. 와우.
I
우와.
am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of all of me is changing. This one is passion betrayed. But even in the end, her love never faded. She will make for a bright heart. Do
배신당했대.
not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
오케이.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
You're on a path. You're here to
아하, 여러분. 12시 반이 됐는데요. 이번 엔딩 하나만 보고 끝냅시다. 근데 저 고민이 있어요, 여러분. 공주 지하실에 가가지고 나오자게. 내일 하자게. 괜히요? 고민이 있는데 뭐냐면 이걸 만약에 내일 하면은 내일 하는 게임들 있잖아요. 내일 하는 게임들 그것들은 어떡하지? 이거 근데 결말들 좀 더 보고 싶은데 지금 한번 도망쳐 볼까 일단?
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you
나중에 하거나 관에 가거나 어차피 주말이니까 더 해도 괜찮고 저는 그러면 한 2개, 3개 정도 더 보고 내일은 내일 예정된 게임 하고 뭐 다음 주에 한 번 더 할 수도 있고 아무튼 좀 재밌네요. 재밌는데 얼마나 더 많은지 모르겠네. 일단 한번 볼게요.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
재밌네요 진짜. 준비되어 있는 스토리가 굉장히 많다는 느낌? 다른 사람들 풀타임이 6시간, 8시간 정도 아니었냐기. 절반 조금 안 한 것 같다. 아 그래요? 어허. 절반 조금 안 했다. 그렇다는 건 여기 엔딩이 있다는 건데? 요트 자잘하게 다른 부분 빼면
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take
그럼 오늘
part.
끝내버릴까?
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
오늘 끝내버려?
That's strange.
뭐야?
It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How
끝장
convenient.
보자기.
Everything's back on track again. Maybe
Yeah.
the world can still be saved after all.
그러면 오늘 끝장을 보죠. 오늘 끝장을 보고 제가 도망을 쳤는데 또 여기로 도착이 됐네요. 다시 떠난다.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me.
공주를 해치고 싶지 않아. 그럼 전부 죽으라고 해. 그럼 전부 죽어!
I said everyone. I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death.
그럼 우리 사랑스러운 꽃게단도 죽는다는 거야? 우리 사랑스럽고 아름답고 귀엽고 깜찍하고 눈물나고 눈에 넣어도 아프지 않고 작고 예쁘고 사랑스럽고 귀여운 우리 꽃게단도 죽는다는 거냐고! 홀린 털개 개들 모두 털개 눈으로 돌격하라. 그런 얘기할 거면 기습 매도 좀 그만하라게.
And last I checked, you're part of everyone too. So if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well.
왜 저래 또. 없앤다 털개. 예?
But fine, turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're
Oh,
at the
뭐야?
cabin again. Now, I'm not
네?
normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your
어떻게 된
fated
거야, 이거?
confrontation with the princess.
그럼 다시 다른 방향으로 가지 뭐. 다른 방향으로 나갈 거야.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much
모든
everyone
사람들을
who's ever
저버리네.
lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
꽃게단까지 저버리는 행동인가 이게? 꽃게단 미안해.
And here we go.
난
Into
살아야겠어.
the woods, something strange starts to happen.
꽃게단 날 이해해 줄 거지?
At first, it's little
노래
flickers
봐.
out of the corner of your eyes.
노래 왜 이래?
Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves.
오두막이 있어. 오두막이 뒤에 보여요.
But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths
너무
and
많아.
paths desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
세계가 깨졌다.
Wait, what's going on? But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
화났네 얘도.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness, but it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
누가 쇼 곱하기 쇼는 쇼 이 얘기하나? 누구야? 누가 옛날 옛적 호랑이 담배 필 시절 이야기를 하나? 벌써 챕터 2야. 낯선 존재.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path
여기.
is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
뭔가 그물 같은 게 있어. 쇼 곱하기 쇼는 쇼. 쇼 곱하기 쇼 곱하기 쇼는 쇼. 쇼 곱하기 쇼 곱하기 쇼 곱하기 쇼는 쇼. 쇼 곱하기 쇼 곱하기 쇼 곱하기 쇼는 쇼.
You're here to slay her. If you
저 벽은 없었는데 날 강제로 오두막에 데려갈 생각하지 마.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there.
벽은 깨고
Makes
있었대.
sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
그런 거냐?
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
반항심의 목소리.
He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
반항심 쿤.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
공주가 지난번에 세계를 멸망시켰어.
Last I checked, there wasn't any last time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He might have walled off everything but
똑같은 말 하네.
the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can. If by ruining my day, the world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay.
거짓말? 도망가. 일단 세이브. 절대 해설자 말에 따르지 마. 거짓말 하면 어떻게 될까? 영원히 일단
You have
머물러.
already committed to my completion.
에?
Cannot go further astray.
에? 공주다 공주.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you.
빌기까지.
A warning before you go any further.
벽 좀 봐.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
공주의 말을 믿어보라는 조언을 하네.
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
가보자기.
The cabin interior is
어?
wrong.
어?
A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors,
Oh.
all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the plate. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths. Its
단검.
material devoid of feature. The blade is your implement.
If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it.
오,
to collect
아예
dust.
그냥 하지 말라고?
Better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place?
어,
I have
뭐야?
literally no idea what to expect and no idea
몰라야 되네.
what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, not when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
어, 그러게.
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind.
Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard.
Okay, I'm fine.
Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very
과연 어떤
important
모습일까?
task.
계속 오랫동안 공주를 회피를 했거든요. 일단은 저장을 해. 과연 어떤 모습에?
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Okay, fine. You took the knife.
어,
You
잠깐.
really shouldn't hold it like that.
안 가져오고 싶다. 단검을 가져가지 않는다. 해설자 말 안
The
들어.
basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more
Wow,
confused you
뭘까?
get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality,
Oh.
drags up the stairs.
뭔가 섞여 있나 봐.
Hello? Hi.
Oh.
What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
다 섞여 있다.
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby.
I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like we don't even have a weapon.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure.
And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
왼쪽에 거친 계단, 중앙의 계단, 오른쪽에 부드러운 계단. 나는 부드러운 계단을 선택하겠어.
You step to the right.
말랑하다.
The path feels soft and reassuring against your feet. The stairs almost seem to cradle you as you make your way down, like they're guiding your heels from one step directly to the next. You barely have to extend any effort to descend, the stairway doing most of the work for you.
말랑이
Feel like
계단.
there's any concern that you might slip or tumble or lose your way.
말랑 매니아는 계단도 말랑한 걸 고르는구나 걔.
But the further
Whoa!
you go, the deeper you sink in.
이상해.
It's like a lovely plush
나갈래.
carpet, your toes digging down and barely getting any
나갈래.
resistance at all. But soon enough, you're fighting just to keep your knees from sinking out of sight. The softness threatens to swallow you whole,
어?
wrest control of your body and surround you in a false ethereal bliss,
나갈래.
pretending to save you from the cruelties of choice and consequence. It's slow going, but you
Wow.
manage to fight against the overwhelming urge to fall back into comfort and nothingness, the very struggle to continue forward consuming your every thought.
뭐야?
You slowly
어?
lose sense of yourself the further you go.
뭐지?
Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull
어?
and then vanish. The
단순해져.
only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns
점점
and
단순해지고
emotions
있어.
of the journey. A continuous march forward. Consumption and
어?
betrayal. Skepticism and blind devotion. Rivalry and submission. Terror and longing. Pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as
Are you okay?
에반게리온 연출 같다. 오호, 오케이.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here.
멍 때리다가 등딱지 뒤집어졌음. 멍 때린 죄가 여기서 돌아오네요.
And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down.
공주야, 네가 무슨 어둠의 자식이냐? 불 꺼! 불 켜! 누가 불 껐어? 어둠의 자식이야?
You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
미안, 내가 여기 있었는지 몰랐어. 이름이 뭐지? 이곳에 내려오는 길은 이상했어.
That's okay. Sometimes I forget where I am too.
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. She's so warm and friendly. It's deception. Don't buy into it.
How strange. So, why are you here?
As the princess speaks again,
어라?
it's almost as if she fractures. Where there was once just one of her. We can do that?
우리도 저거 할 수 있어, 뭐야?
I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it.
3분할 제로트 하려나 보다 걔. 갑자기 여기 하나 더 생겼어.
It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here and you need to do it now. Oh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
더 분열시켜보자고? 공주가 아메바도 아니고 내가 늘어났는데?
Do you need help? Not that there's much I can do chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here. So if you need anything, I'll do my best. And what's
What?
that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going.
진짜 3분할 됐다. 이거 어때요? 예? 이거 어떠냐고요? 3분할 코카인 처줄하기. 3분할 타겟군. 뭐 1대1 데이트 가능. 개가인 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 개가인. 이거 어때요? 괜찮은데? 게로트 잔게. 개가인 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 개가인. 괜찮은데? 개큰 웃음. 돌아가도록 하거라.
Neither do I, which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? We could always start by retrieving the blade.
안검.
Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
이름이 뭐지?
You can call me Princess, if you'd like. Princess. You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
얘는 약간 깐깐하네.
None of them have names.
아무도 이름이 없구만.
How astute. I told you she was untrustworthy.
내려오는 길이 이상했어.
I don't know what happened to you, but you look like you're in one piece now.
한 몸?
But I understand. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either.
집 등분의 공주 만들어보자게. 또 질문해서 더 늘려보자게.
We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
약간 나도 지금 이런 식으로 분열이 돼 있는 상태 아닐까?
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here?
뭐야? 이거 왜 하나야? 이거 하나인데? 내가 알기론 넌 이유가 있어서 갇힌 거야. 그 이유를 알고 있어?
I don't know why I'm here, but there has to be a reason, right? You don't just lock a princess away in a place like this without a reason. I wish, but you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen, or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
빨리 끝내달래.
Don't
깜짝이야.
worry, we both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster, and the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. How do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her.
공주한테 깔려 죽기 가보자기.
Just
Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
근데 저 약간 이런 거 좋아하는데 히로인이 얼굴은 똑같은데 다 성격이 다른 겁니다. 그리고 주인공은 한 명이고 이런 복제 상황 좋아한달까? 복제 공주. 아니 이거 왜 한 개냐고. 이거 세 개인데 널 풀어주겠어. 내 정체는 모르지만 널 믿을 수 없어. 단검을 같이 가져온다. 이거 다 왜 한 뭉텅이야. 왜 뭉텅이냐고. 어?
Wait, that's not right.
이건 잘못됐어요.
Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a
내가
confident
뭘 고른
stride.
거야?
You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
어?
You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to perish alone.
이게 잘못된 게 아니라 진짜 모든 걸 선택한 거구나. 모든 걸 선택한 게 맞네. 좀 공주를 죽이면서 동시에 풀어주고 동시에
Is this what the end of the
돌진하고.
world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... We can't... Do you not have anything
멀티태스커네.
witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls
해설자.
apart.
해설자가 사라졌어.
I think he's gone. We were never going to
징그러.
salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are
Oh.
parts of us that are dead, and the others,
They just
Oh.
don't fit. They just don't fit.
we can
Ah.
feel moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
이 상황에서 한 명씩 말해라고 하면 어떡합니까?
Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Fix us?
어우 징그러. 징그러.
We should help her. I think we did this.
손 들고 말해. 아 이거 설마 이거 자르는 거 아니야 이거? 메이플에 비슷하게 생긴 게 있었던 것 같은데 얘? 누구요?
Surprisingly sincere.
누구 말하는 거지? 웃긴데? 뭔가 웃길 것 같아.
I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
아 이거 어떡하지? 최선을 다해볼게. 아 이대로 끝나네? 아
She's gone. Is that a...
앙상해. 해체되었다.
There's a world beyond the endless wall.
얼굴 가려줘서 고맙습니다. 왜냐면 좀 징그러웠거든요. 아까 세상에 사람들이 있을까?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are frail and impermanent. You and I are the only things that interest me.
넌 우리가 실제로 존재한다고 생각해?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something, but nothing cannot exist on its own.
이 그릇에 대해 어떻게 생각해?
These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and walk. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape that they will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
어? 내가 깨어나면 무슨 일이 일어나지?
No, the point of awakening is to find out.
내가 날 둘러볼 때마다 난 혼자가 아니야. 내가 말을 거는 목소리들이 있어. 일부는 나지만 한 명은 뭔가 다른 존재야. 난 해설자라고 불러. 그는 내가 널 죽이길 원해. 너에게도 해설자가 있어? 그릇들에게도 해설자가 있는 거야?
No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new.
그를 찾게 되면 너와 난 진실을 알게 되겠지.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
돌아갈 준비가 됐어.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we
어?
are.
우리의 정체를 알게 된다고? 아, 아닌가? 이거 원래 하던 말인가?
I will be here, waiting for you.
You're on a
어허.
path in
일단
the woods.
아까 불러와. 여기에서
Wait, that's not. Go on. You take a step forward.
아니야
A
아니야.
foot land.
이거 했던 것 같은데. 여기서 검을 가져가 보자.
You take the blade. Okay, then how we. The other way. It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as
역수로 잡는다?
you switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations.
단검을 역수로 잡는다고?
Yes! Isn't this so much better? Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
에? 단검을 창 밖에 던진다고? 아, 이거 왜 이렇게 고민되는 거리가 많냐?
Yes! Do it! Seriously. You throw the blade at the window,
아까랑
rush out of
똑같으려나?
the cabin as your weapon flies out into the night. We'll be fine, don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that. I'm not so sure. This place is already messing with my head. It would be much better if we had a weapon. What's done is done. Good luck, hero. The door to the basement creaks. Nothing in the air here. If the princess, her voice.
Hello? Hi.
No. Oh, don't be such a. I don't want to do this. We don't. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever. And what's that? That the fate of the world. There'll still be.
거친 계단, 부드러운 계단은 다 뭔가 그게 있는데 이거는 아무런 꾸며주는 말이 없네.
You step onto the center staircase.
그냥 멀쩡한 계단이네.
Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else. And so you take one careful, focused step after another. 1 foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down. Or up, but no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much.
아까 그거다.
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity.
이게 엔딩의 그걸까?
An emotion that can only be
엔딩의
described as...
개수?
Can I help you?
What? Well, I feel so strange. Oh well, that was a trip. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down.
아, 여기가 챕터 2잔께. 그래서 다음에 만날 때 운운했던 게 아니었을까? 그런가?
You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not...
Is this a quiz? If you're here, then surely you know why I'm here.
목소리가 다르네?
But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen.
Oh.
Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope.
아까랑 순서가
Please just
다르다.
end this already.
As the princess speaks again. We can do that? I don't like this. You said you... Does it matter? Yes, it matters. Seems to me. Whatever you... Ooh, new plan. Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward.
와,
Your foot lands. You can feel yourself rupture. You find that... Is this what the end of the world? But this... Do you not have anything witty to say? No. Luckily for all of us, nothing and falls apart. I think he's... We were never going to sell.
What happened to us? What are we? We can feel them moving around. Did you?
We should help. I didn't actually... It's a little late for a...
Please.
그 칼을 갖고 와야겠다. 칼을. 안돼. 똑같은 엔딩이야.
Is that...
퀵 로드 고고리. 못 가.
Door to the... Nothing in the air. If the...
Hello?
No. Oh, don't. I don't... But we... And what's that? The fate... They'll still be...
왼쪽.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs, until there's nothing left in them to feel. The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold. Your toes feel like blocks of ice, your breaths puff out in clouds of condensed vapor. You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill. You slowly... Physical sensations dull and then vanish. Consumption and betrayal.
Are you just going to stand there?
나 칼 있다. 이제 조심해라.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Oh well. The princess. And, why... You're here? He's just being an ass. We remember.
And do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of... monster?
아, 깜짝.
Everything you've heard about me is true, and I'm going to lay waste to everything, starting with you.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of them,
놀라게.
there is now... We can do that? I don't like this.
do that?
It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's... Ooh, new plan! Let's see if we can make even more of her.
내가 널 내보내주면 뭘 할 생각이지?
I don't think what I'd do really matters, does it? I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. Besides, you already know what I'm going to do.
Not a single real answer. At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction. It's infuriating, isn't it?
피와 파멸의 여왕.
Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin
Ah.
is there for us to get under?
내가 힌트를 주는데? 반항심의 목소리가.
Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree.
어.
There must be something we can do. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
아 잠깐만. 똑같은데?
What, like you need me to hold your hand and tell you everything's okay? You're not probably stuck down here. I don't remember what it was like before I was in this. Oh, I thought they would send something better to deal with me. If the stairs managed to chew you up.
똑같네. 여기서는 분기가 없나?
Are you trying to get under my skin?
더 전에 분기로 가야 되나?
I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger. It must be fear creeping into your heart. Do you need help? Not that there's much I can do. I'll chained up
설마.
like this, but
She fractures
너
again.
도와줄 거야?
I don't like where this is. Neither do I. Which is why,
도와줘.
where would we even do that? Where would we start? You could always start by stabbing her. Which her?
이 중에 누구를? 아 이제부터 달라진다.
Any of them. I
아무나요.
don't know about you, but I'm sure glad we took that knife with us. I can't believe someone suggested you toss it out the window. Can you imagine?
너잖아. 단검을 창밖에 던지는 녀석이 있어서 미치기지가 않는구만.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in
누굴
here but
죽일까?
her. Take a deep breath and focus up. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been
얘만
part of
움직이는데?
the reason this situation has gotten out of hand.
얘만
If you're
부들부들
trying to do the
떨려.
right thing, there's only ever been the one option. And just do something. Do anything. Do all of it if that's what you want.
아 똑같네.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands. But
Oh.
it lands different. You can feel yourself.
다 죽이는 건가?
The room spins,
Oh.
your perception multiplying
다
in a
죽인다.
sickening kaleidoscope as your very soul at once you charge
Oh.
forward, knife gleams to slay the princess
Ah.
just as you. Is this what the end of the
아니네,
world looks
똑같네.
like? Time for this. Do you not have anything? Luckily for all of us, nothing falls apart. I think he's gone.
아 대사만 조금씩 다르고 엔딩은 하나밖에
We were never
없다게.
going to
아하.
salvage this world.
what happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us we can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
그럼 이 루트는 세 번째로 가는 게 없나요? 아, 이 루트는 없구나. 없을 수도 있네.
Wait, I don't select.
아, 이 루트는 그냥 챕터 2에서 끝나는 루트인가 봐요.
She's miss.
머스.
There's a world beyond.
날 돌려보내줘.
Next
나
time I see you, I
돌아갈래.
will be here.
You're on a path. You're here to.
이번엔 뭐 할까? 이 일에 보상 같은 건 없어?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
됐어, 나 안 할래.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
앙탈 루트? 이를 성공적으로 해낸다면 어떤 보상을 받게 되지?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better.
공주 지하실에 가두고 가자게. 아, 오케이. 오케이.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the...
오케이.
The interior of the blade. You take the blade from... The door to the basement creaks her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. Don't let it fool you.
괜찮은지 보러 왔어. 널 죽이러 왔는데?
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
안감을 가져가면 애초부터 적대적인 목소리구나 이게. 그러게요.
She's so coldly beautiful. Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
아직 결정하지 않았어.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
아까 전엔 이걸 했었는데 떨어뜨려 볼까?
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you.
Against your better
Oh.
judgment, you step
눈이
forward to
죽었어.
speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need...
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
어색하군. 관계? 지금 날 유혹하는 거야? 어떻게 해야 널 여기서 나가게 할 수 있지? 내가 세상을 멸망시킬 거라고 해서 왔어. 거기에 대해 할 말 있어? 대화는 이제 충분해. 벌써? 참
I
어색하지.
know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
나름의 이유가 있지. 내가 이유도 없이 누군가를 죽일 거라고 생각해? 그럴 리가. 혹시 왜 내가 널 죽여야 하는지 알아? 내가 세상을 멸망시킬 거라고 들었어. 이유는 들었지만 뭘 믿어야 할지 모르겠어.
Believe me.
And do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear? Let's not pretend that's going to happen. As far as you're concerned, and as far as they're concerned, I'm going to say whatever I have to get out of here. That's just the dynamic of our situation.
내가 세상을 멸망시킬 거라는 사람들이 있는데 거기에 대해 할 말 있어?
Don't just tell her that.
그걸 왜 알려줘요?
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone.
표정
I
봐.
like the world, I think.
표정이 되게 다른데?
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
나가면 100% 다 죽인다.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
널 믿는 쪽으로 마음이 기울고 있어. 알려주지 않은 이유가 있겠지.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
What if they're bad reasons, though? If they had good reasons for thinking I was dangerous, wouldn't they have shared them with you? I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to leave. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
그건 그래.
That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind
목적 없는 신뢰.
trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever—
She's wrong. This isn't about
위험?
trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
어떻게 해야 널 여기서 나가게 할 수 있지?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere
There
around
isn't?
here, and if there isn't, well,
어?
we can always put that
아,
knife to
똑같네,
good
여기는.
use.
Her sharp eyes settle. on the
뭔가
edge of the
궁금하다.
blade.
이 아까는 칼을 들고 가지 않았을 때 팔을 자른 거였고 지금은 칼을 들고 가서 팔을 자르는 거
She
한번
isn't
해볼게요.
suggesting what I think she's suggesting. She is. I'm sure of it.
똑같으려나?
She hesitates before answering.
망설입니다.
You can address me as your Royal Highness.
Again, she offers no specific.
Too long. Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
일단 가도.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm
Oh.
going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
지하실에 가둬둘 거야.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here. It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
세계의 위협.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
오, 다행이다. 공주를 죽이지 않는다는 선택지로 이미 정해진 줄 알았네. 이러네. 어이없어.
You'll be the death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade.
가자.
Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why
와우.
don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
어차피 미는 문 아닌가. 바리케이트가 뭔 소용이다.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. And it's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart
Wow.
piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
와. 내 죄책감만 덜해질 뿐이라고. 그러니까 전부 연기였던 거지. 넌 연약하지도 결백하지도 않아. 넌 공주는 아니지. 넌 괴물이야. 무시하고 잠을
Just
든다.
ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it. You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin.
어?
The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement
얼라리?
is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of
얼라리요?
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get
Oh.
out of that awful
안
basement.
돼!
You try
Oh,
and stumble to
oh.
your feet, but as the princess
오지 마세요.
draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall
Whoa.
at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe
우와!
I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills.
어떻게 이런 연출을 할 수가 있지?
What a shame. If you'd only help me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
와, 그림을 진짜 무섭게 그렸다.
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
악몽. 어떻게 된 걸까?
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
그 여자가 날 또 죽일 거야.
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh, that's a very good question, little voice.
어?
What if he does?
편집증의 목소리. 저 녀석이 들으면 어쩌려고. 아.
Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met.
하객은 자꾸
Not
스킵한다기.
get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save after all.
예민한 컨트롤을 갖고 있기 때문이죠. 왜 내가 내 말을 들어야지? 이 모든 일에 의미가 있긴 해?
Those are two very different questions, but
Ah!
fine.
Oh.
I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you.
혹시 붕빵구리님의 최애가 편집증의 목소리입니까? 저 꽃게 편집증을 좋아하나 보게.
Let's say for a moment that you died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We couldn't trust either of you. All we did was lock her away.
또 새로운 말 했다. 너도 공주도 전부 믿을 수 없었어. 그리고 지금도 마찬가지지.
And how'd that work out for you? No comment.
설계콘도 두고 보면 알 거라게. 아, 정말요?
Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us? Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't. Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working. And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us?
두려워하고 있다.
I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can.
우리는 언제나 답을 찾을
Just
것입니다.
be quick about it.
내 장기들이 전부 멈춰버렸어. 공주에 불과하다고 했었지.
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her,
Illuminati.
just go in, do your job, and save the world.
그게
Great.
다야.
A warning. She will lie. I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone. The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
아니 그 문이 겁나 커졌어요.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us?
이거 막 밝게 올리면은 공주가 여기서 보고 있는 거 아니야?
I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
설계쿤도 편집증 됐냐게. 그럴듯하다게. 일단 저장해. 편개쿤.
Very different. I'm not the only one who sees
어?
her in the
어?
window, right?
뭐야? 에?
She knows that we're here.
뭐죠? 창밖에 공주가 보이는데요?
Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died, you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
너무 많아.
So focus up. You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. Good. Steel can't lie to us. Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife?
아, 새로 생긴
We have a
인격
bomb?
때문에. 폭탄.
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death. You cross
What?
over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes.
눈도 있잖아.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
칼을 던지는 거 어려울까? 그녀와 대화해 보겠어. 계획은 필요 없어. 난 공주를 죽일 거야. 내가 할 수 있다고 하는데 왜 다들 비관적으로 구는지 모르겠네.
Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking
대화해
won't do you
보겠어.
any good. Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two
뭐야?
loose rows
길이
of
두 갠데?
white wooden planks suspended in nothingness.
예?
A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again.
너 죽고 싶지 않아.
Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter. Because either way you go, I...
왜 이렇게 많아? 오른쪽으로 간다.
You turn to the right. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are.
응?
I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
왜 이렇게 무섭게 생긴 거냐 이게?
There has to be a way out of this. Think. Think! What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
공주는 원래 이렇지 않은데.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Nerves. What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath. Nerves.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late.
왜 날 바로 죽이지 않는 거지? 내게 뭘 원하는 거야? 내가 날 죽이고 나 이후 무슨 일이 있었지? 넌 미쳤어.
Liver,
나와 협력하고 싶다면 최소한 내 장기들을 멈추는 것만이라도 그만둬 주겠어? 내가 널 죽인다면 어때? 우린 협력할 수 있어. 친구가 될 수도 있어. 악몽과 함께 여기 남는다? 여기서 같이 나가자? 함께 떠난다? 되게 선택지가 많은데?
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, I don't have to.
나를 죽이고 싶지도 않고 죽일 필요도 없다고?
Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive.
Ah.
Shedding everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now. And I...
The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear.
If I want to see you die, all I need to do is break your concentration.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then...
Hey, snap out.
어이구.
Okay, deep breath. Deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. You're back. Lungs, liver, nerves.
One moment, and then you're gone. Just like that. Ah, and there's the fear.
She pulls away.
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it?
무슨 일이 있었지?
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me.
아,
So I started to drag your body out with me, and then, well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too.
얜 갇혀있네. 오두막을 나갈 수 없는 뭔가 그게 있나?
I don't think I can move without you. And
Ah.
that doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
나가고 싶어. 왜 계단에서 날 위협한 거지? 왜 친절하게 대하지 않은 거야?
I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you? And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me. You seem miserable.
널 내보내준 다음에는 각자 갈 길 가는 거야?
No, definitely not. If you're what I need to leave this place, chances are you're pretty useful. I think I'll keep you right by my side. A little good luck charm to make sure I stay free.
행운의 부적 취급?
Don't worry. I'll make sure to take good care of you. I promise.
나와 협력하고 싶다면 내 장기들을 멈추는 것만이라도 그만두어 주겠어?
I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
그냥 내보내줄 수는 없어.
I know. You told me last time. Destroy is such an unenlightened way of putting it. So sudden, so violent, so little nuance. I'm not going to destroy the world, but I am going to hold it in my hands and squeeze it.
세상을 파괴하려는 게 아니라 손에 넣고 쥐어 짜르는 거라고 하네.
I'm going to make it afraid, just like I've made you afraid. The world needs fear, doesn't it? Every terror I bring would make the good times so much better. Well, I'm practically doing a public good. So what harm is there really in letting me out?
내가 했던 짓을 다른 사람에게도 한다면 모두 죽을 거야.
But everyone dies eventually. They're all full of wet, writhing things, and in the end, each and every one of them gets unwound. And then all I want is to be there for it. I want to watch it happen, and maybe do a little unwinding myself. Is that really so much to ask?
고쿠와 피에로 같다기. 어허, 공주님 말씀하시는데 널 내보내주는 걸 거부한다면?
Then we're stuck down here together until you change your mind.
Static, and a skipped beat
Oh.
as she touches your shoulder and whispers in your ear.
No! Heart,
Oh.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
Or until your heart finally gives out. And then, when you die, I'll find myself somewhere new. And before too long, you'll be there too. That's how this all works, right? This doesn't end
Ah.
until you let me out.
아하.
And a lot can happen before then. I'm sure I can get creative.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
저기 될 필요 없어. 협력할 수 있어.
I'm glad you're seeing things my way.
Nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
고통스러워. 같이 지낼 생각 없어.
Oh, we both know that you don't have a say here, so you should just look on the bright side.
Liver,
I'm not sure what the bright side is for you, but I'm positive you can find it if you look hard enough.
nerves. Heart,
스스로 목숨을 끊겠어.
nerves. Heart, lungs,
어.
liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart.
And then we'll wind up right back where we started. Round and round we'll go. I wonder what will be different next time. Maybe you'll actually be able to move a limb. Who knows? But I'm always going to win.
Lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs,
이럴 거라 생각해? 어차피 결국엔 내가 이기게 되어 있어. 넌 나처럼 대단하지 못할지도 몰라.
Is that a bet you're willing to take? Imagine climbing a mountain of lifetimes. And when you finally reach the summit, when you finally win, the only view you find is me. And then I push you. And you go tumbling all the way down those millions upon millions of battered and broken pieces of you that couldn't make the cut. What then? Would you have it in you to climb again? It sounds like a lot of effort for nothing. When instead we can just leave this place together. Hands.
내가 널 죽인다면 어때?
The princess cocks
Oh.
her head, neck cracking uncomfortably. And you can't help but imagine a smile carve its way from ear to ear.
Thinking about that knife, are we? Put
Oh.
that little theory to the test. See how it plays out. But I don't think you're going to like what happens. Because even if you make me dead, you're not getting out of here. This place is mine. And I'm not giving you the stairs unless I'm leaving with you.
계단도 만들어주지 않을 거야? 넌 미쳤어.
Like I said, I am what I am. And right now, I'm in control. So, you might want to be a little nicer to me.
He raises one long gloved finger, its tip hovering just over your skin, seeming to enjoy the lingering threat. But she would.
아, 고민되네. 함께 떠나자. 죽일까? 아니야, 나가자.
What? No!
Oh, you come around. Oh, this is going to be so wonderful.
No, I'm not going to let this happen. Before you can utter another word, your body stops moving, and, do you think you can just wrest control away from us? This body's barely functioning as it is. Doesn't the world end if we fail to stop her? Won't letting us die here just make it end faster? Shit. With a flick of the princess's wrist, the stairs slide back into place. I can't believe you're making me watch you damn everyone to torment and oblivion.
Go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
I don't trust having our back to her.
등을 맡기지 않겠어.
You're not wrong, but maybe you should let me handle the feedback. Just focus on keeping us alive. Right. Besides, I get the feeling she's telling the truth. She needs us alive.
내가 먼저 가는 건 어때?
What? Are you scared of turning your back to me? You don't have to be worried that I'm going to do something bad. You're too important to me now. And besides, what if I lost track of you and dropped the stairs on accident? I wouldn't want that to happen. And I don't think you'd want that to happen either. So go on.
편집증 쿤도 귀엽네요. 편집증 쿤.
She urges you forward, like one might a reluctant pet. You place a shaky foot on the first step and begin your ascent from the basement. You can feel the static prickling of the princess on your neck, your limbs buzzing with pins and needles, an uncomfortable and constant reminder that you exist, liver, nerves,
You're almost there.
lungs, liver, nerves. The only thing left between you and the cabin is the now shut door to the basement. Lungs. It would be a real shame
편집증분이
if it had
일
locked
제일
behind
열심히
you.
한다게.
Lungs, liver. Oh, you snake. There wasn't even a door when we first got here.
어,
The
맞네.
door was from last time. I told you we shouldn't trust him. I know he's messing with us. But
아.
you can't lose your cool. We need you right now.
원래
Remember?
문은 없었는데.
Yes, I remember. Of course, I remember. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. This is so frustrating. Heart,
Thank you. And you? You'd really rather us die down here than let her out?
Of course I would. As much as I want you to have a happy ending, the fate of the world is a little more important, and you still have a weapon. You can still make this right. Lungs, liver,
문이 잠긴 것 같아.
nerves,
문을 열어본다.
You haven't even tried it.
어?
It'll open. You just have to give it a tug.
어떻게 알았지?
nerves. You pull against the door. Lungs, the lock gently clicks
Ah.
open in response to your effort.
어,
and the
문이
door
하나 더
creaks on
있는데?
its hinges. This isn't right. You're not nearly as powerful as you'd have us think, are you?
Anyways, like he said, you're not really in control here.
I never said I was. If I was in control here, why would I need you to slay her?
I don't know. Secret reasons?
The door is open. What are you dawdling for?
야, 이건 출구인가?
It's time
출구?
for us to go. The world is waiting.
Shit. The princess moves past you and into the cabin. This is it. This is
짱
your final
내버려요.
moment to make things right. Kill her. Lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
I thought you wanted us to slay her.
그러게.
It's the same thing. Do it. Do it now. Do it now, or everything is over.
Okay, what do we do? I said, what do we do?
Oh, do you want to hear from me now?
조언을 해줘.
Yes. Well, I thought you needed me to run the autonomic nervous system.
조언해줘, 조언.
We do, but this is important. Look, heart. Right, heart.
Lungs, liver, nerve.
Okay, thanks.
You're terrible at this.
I know, I'm doing my best.
Yes, it's very hard to stay focused on running things when other people are talking to you, isn't it?
만담을 하고 있네.
What are you doing?
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart,
Finally, I can talk.
lungs.
Now, what were you asking me? Running everything kind of feels like popping in and out of consciousness. It's easy to lose track of things. They were asking you for your blessing to trust me. Oh, that's right, yeah, fuck this guy. Don't trust him. Really? So you'd have them trust her?
Heart,
영웅 씨 더럽게 못하네.
liver,
목소리가 좀
nerves. Heart,
좀
lungs.
이런 말 하긴 뭐하지만 되게 어눌하달까?
Oh, of course not. Can't trust anybody here but ourselves, but I guess that leaves us back where we started, doesn't it?
Heart, lungs.
I suppose if I had to make a choice, I'd pick the one that doesn't make our organs shut down.
Liver,
Thank you for your gracious show of support.
좀 찔러라 이거네.
But that's a marginal preference. We'll have to deal with him later. I'd just rather deal with him while our organs are intact.
liver,
나중에 상대해야겠지. 온전한 상태에서 상대하는 게 좋아.
Whatever. You heard what he
Uh-huh.
had to say. So whether you trust me or not, killing her is still the best, nay, the only option you have worth taking. All right, I'm done. You can let me take over again.
Finally, that was awful. I really don't know how you do it.
Heart.
You've been standing there staring blankly for a while now. And I have to open the door.
Nerves.
근데 궁금하니까 일단 오두막을 나간다 한번 해보고.
Nerves. Heart. The doorknob twists in your hand, revealing the forested path beyond the cabin. You bastard. You've actually...
It's so
Oh.
beautiful. I can't wait to ruin it.
Lungs.
But it's so
Oh.
cold, too. It's itching against my skin.
오,
Why is it so cold?
잡아간다. 영웅 진짜 너무 안 야물딱지다게.
She's got. Is that a.
어허. 이렇게 끝나는군. 어? 어? 여기 뭐 까마귀 같은 게 있는데? 뭐야? 아무것도 아닐 리가 없다. 당신은 다시 집중해서 본다. 그러자 보이기 시작한다. 거울에 비치는 것 바로 너머에 있는 희미하고 그림자에 가려진 무언가. 넌 나야?
I think you know what I am.
그렇다는 건 해설자 역시 나라는 뜻인가? 까마귀다, 까마귀. 내가 해설자군. 영영 못 보는 건가 생각하고 있었어. 넌 무엇이지? 나와 비슷한 존재야? 내가 아니라면 넌 무엇이지? 내게 묻고 싶은 게 정말 많아. 내 조각이 부서질 때마다 아프지 않아? 이 거울이 해설자인가? 널 파괴하고 싶진 않아. 내가 질문을 멈추면 되는 거야?
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
넌 무엇이지?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
너는 얘도 비슷한 말을 했었어. 각자 따로 존재했던 거야?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it will restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world.
얘가 옮겨준 거였네? 그러면서 모른 척한 거였네?
But you'll be awake soon. And then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
뭐 하고 싶은 말이라도 있어?
I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
내가 우리에게 저지른 짓이 있는데 모두가 살 가치가 있다고 생각해?
Nobody alive has done anything to you. I'm all gone. But if you and the princess want to smite the rest of them for the crimes of a dead man, if you really want to be that petty,
내게 묻고 싶은 게 정말 많아.
then ask them and make it quick. I won't last for long now that you can see me.
내 조각이 부서질 때마다 아프지 않아?
It doesn't hurt. I don't feel pain.
공주는 무엇이지? 그녀도 내가 만든 존재야?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the
변화의
capacity to
집합.
change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can.
물리적 고통을 못 느끼는 여러 명 있는 해설자 어때요? 물리적 고통을 못 느끼는 시점에서 관심이 일단 뚝 떨어지는데요? 아주 싹바가지야.
So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
매트릭스에 나오는 그 무슨 존 스미스 개같다게 비슷한가요? 이런 역할이? 내가 그녀를 파괴한다면 나는 혼자가 되는 거 아니야? 왜 내가 변화의 개념을 파괴하길 원하는 거야?
Because among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save
죽음?
untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind, she must be destroyed.
내가 그녀를 파괴한다면 그 이후의 삶이 죽음보다 나을 게 있어? 애초에 죽음과 다를 게 뭐가 있어? 상황은 악화되기만 하는 거 아니야?
When I broke the cycle, I made sure that the tear was rough. You carry a part of what should be her, and she carries a part of what should be you. Things won't be as they are now, but they won't be nothing either. Besides, anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
와, 안 돼. 마지막. 어떻게 할지 아직 결정하지 않았어. 이 모든 것에 대한 그녀의 생각을 알아야겠어.
I've said my piece, and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo,
어?
and echoes always.
마지막인가 이거? 뭐야? 이거 마지막이냐고? 에? 깨어날 시간이다. 이 모든 것이 당신이다. 어? 오두막으로 간다. 마지막으로 한 번 더. 어? 마지막 그릇이 없다. 아무것도 보이지 않는다. 어? 뭐?
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
불교적인 느낌이게 인도의 신 같다게요. 그리고 약간 좀 신적인 느낌이 나네요. 메아리에 대해 알아? 우리의 대화를 들었어?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
이제 무슨 일이 일어나지?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echoes spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning?
헐, 고민되네.
Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
아직 캐릭터하지 못한 이야기가 너무 많아. 정말 그냥 떠나도 되는 거야? 이 모든 것에 대해 할 말 없어? 왜 나만 이 모든 책임을 지는 거야? 대화로 해결해 보자. 묻고 싶은 게 너무 많아. 난 답을 알아야겠어. 지금까지 내려온 결정들이 의미가 있는 거야? 분명 다른 방법이 있을 거야. 왜 나만 책임을 지는 거야?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
난 답을 알아야겠어.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach. And you cannot rationalize that which defies
설명하지
logic.
못한다.
But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
협박한다.
Here's what
우와!
To protect us from loss. To fear death protects from losing a body. To fear
Huh?
ruin protects from losing status. To fear rejection protects from being known.
와우. 와, 뭐지 갑자기?
But losing a body is contained within having a body. Losing status is contained within having status. Being known is contained within being conscious. It is in the nature of all things to transform, to go from known to hidden to known again. But when the ceaseless
What?
impermanence of all things strips away the finality of endings, what remains of fear? Is it a shelter protecting you from itself? Or is it a shock you took fear by the hand and walked with it into the unknown? And through that, you feared nothing.
그건 두려움에서 나온 거절이 아니었어. 난 내 의지를 나를 망가뜨렸어. 넌 세계를 고통에 빠뜨리고자 했어. 난 더 이상 두렵지 않아. 난 더 이상 두렵지 않지만 다른 이들의 두려움은 진짜야. 다른 이들이 고통을 감내해야 할 이유는 없어.
Others cling to fear
Oh.
because they have not yet seen beyond it. Will you strip the beauty of transformation just because some refuse to acknowledge it?
아름다운 변화의 아름다움을 포기할 거야?
Romances mold you. There is no beginning to them, nor is there an end. There is only the flood of bodies. And every moment you hold every possible sensation at once, and then you hold them all again.
이게 난데?
And in the end, you returned it to me. For a brief moment, you were everything.
와,
A chaos that needed ordering. But without chaos, there is no reason.
이거 되게 엔딩이 되게 일단 널 이해하지 못했지만 이제 이해할 것 같아. 넌 고통스러워 보였어. 내가 저지른 일에 대해 사과할게. 나는 폭력을 상대하지 않아. 이해했어. 싸움을 할 필요가 없어. 아니야. 이거 왠지 잘 대답해야 될 것 같다. 대답을 잘 해야 될 것 같아. 이젠 이해할 것 같아.
You saw with a single pair of eyes what you needed dozens to comprehend. And now here we are, each with millions of eyes, and all of them opening to what we are.
와, 징그러.
I kill you, you kill me. Back and forth we go, faster
운다.
and faster and faster. I kill you. Hollow eyes watch
Ow.
through the dry corners of a memory. A home built on all the futures that were supposed to be, preserved until the moment of reunion. The fire of the heart sets it all ablaze.
다른 사람은 다 괜찮은데 너는 좀 징그러우니까 안 나오면 안 되냐? 너무 징그럽다 너.
I kill you and me. An ending is a passion that can only be expressed with a moment in time. It is a seed for a new beginning. To linger on an ending is to rob it of its life.
말넘심.
And without me, all that's left to do is linger.
난 맴도는 것도 상관없어. 난 맴돌고 싶지 않아. 난 내게 복수당할 만한 짓을 했어. 복수당할 만한 짓을 했지.
There is no deserve, no punishment, no retribution. There's
존나
only
뭐라
action
그러네 진짜.
and reaction.
와. 이거 약간 그 나의 시점이 아니라 이 공주의 시점을 보여주네. 내가 없는 세상이 어떤 모습일지 확실히 알 수 있어? 난 그 세상이 떠나길 원하지 않아. 넌 내게 많은 선택권을 주지 않았어. 나는 폭력은 상대하지 않아. 죽음과 육체의 박탈. 행동 자체를 죽음과 육체의 박탈 사이에서 포기를 선택했다. 하지만 포기에는 행동이 필요하고 행동은 끊없는 사건의 연속이야. 행동 자체를 없애버릴 생각이야. 내가 없는 세상이 어떤 모습일지 확실히 알 수 있어?
I know what I am, but I do not know what I am not. If a world without me is so unknown, then how can you be so sure you want to create it?
Brutality splashes you against the walls, but with stubborn defiance you rise again. And with the dance of our conflict, I was brought somewhere new. Without you, my world would have been so small.
맨 처음에 만났던 공주다.
Do you remember
Wow.
the moment of your triumph? Do you remember the feeling of your blade finally cutting me down?
와우. 이 공주가 제일 마음에 든다.
My defeat was a gift. Without obstacles to overcome, we stagnate into nothing.
우리 모두 그 싸움으로 인해 성장했지, 안 그래? 침체가 그렇게 나쁜 거야? 고통과 잔혹함 없이는 의미 또한 존재할 수 없는 거야? 난 다른 이들을 지키기 위해 너와 싸운 거야. 날 위해서가 아니라.
And yet you changed regardless. Your perspective widened.
본계는 유령 공주가 제일 좋았기에 소사체 공주 말고 이 공주님이 난 좋다기에 파이터 공주님. 저도 떨기 시작한다. 당신의 의지가 빠르게 사라지고 있다.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
모든 것이 위에 서 있다 보면 자신의 생각만이 옳다고 착각하기 쉬워져. 우리가 여길 떠나면 어떻게 될 거라 생각해? 난 너와 싸우고 싶지 않아. 난 내 안에서 너의 일부가 있어서 존재의 의미를 유지할 수 있다고 들었어. 그 말이 사실이라고 믿을 거야. 난 더 나은 세상을 위해 싸워야만 해. 정말 미안해. 널 살려줄 수 없어. 이건 정답이 아니야. 난 널 죽이지도 않을 거지만 풀어줄 수도 없어. 난 내 관점을 내게 관찰시키기 위해 모든 것을 시도했지만 정작 너는 내 관점을 무시하고 있어. 내가 나를 바꿀 수 없다면 너 또한 나도 바꿀 수 있겠지. 근데 이 탐색이 뭐지? 갑자기 지금 와서 떠오른 건데 탐색이 없는 지문이랑 탐색이 있는 지문은 뭐가 다르죠?
It is from my vantage point that I can see the totality of truth.
아, 탐색은 진행이 안 되는 지문. 아, 그래요? 우리가 여길 떠나면 어떻게 될 거라고 생각해?
This universe dies, and a new one is born. And that one dies, and a new one is born. And you and I get to witness it all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go.
내 관점을 무시하고 있어.
What I offer you is not perspective, it is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
너는 어떤 영웅이지?
I'm all of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
내 목소리가 얼마나 반가운지 넌 꿈에도 모를 거야. 나 혼자도 할 수 있어. 다른 모두들은 어디 갔어? 어떻게 도와줄 건데? 목소리들은 이곳에 올 수 없는 줄 알았는데 난 내가 거울을 볼 때마다 너희가 죽은 줄 알았어. 다른
They're
모두들은
still
어디
where you
갔어?
left them, stuck in the folds of this place. Part of me is with them, just like part of me is with you right now. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to...
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
야, 이거 어떡하지? 준비됐어.
Then let's go.
어?
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that.
와, 미치겠네 이거.
Do you need me to describe things?
이거 좋네. 옛날 생각나잖아.
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah? There's
거울
much
없고.
here, just a table and a knife and a door. You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really mentioned the windows, did he?
창문 왜 이래?
There's no mirror, either. I think you broke it. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
아. 여기 너와 나뿐이야? 다른 녀석은 없어?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
해설자는 정말 사라진 거야?
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
속이 시원하네. 이 녀석이 사라져서 좋은 건지 나쁜 건지 모르겠어. 갖은 고생을 했지만 정작 사라지니 좀 슬프네.
Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he?
아, 이거 고민되네, 이거. 마지막까지도 단검을 골라야 돼? 아, 이거 참.
That's probably for the best. It's always seemed to give us more options than not. The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
Have you figured out what you want to do yet, or are you going to keep trying to find a center that doesn't exist?
It sounded just like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us. And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there you are, knife in hand. It really brings me back. Have you given up on talking? Have you
갇혀있지가
finally
않네.
decided to kill me?
묶여있지가 않아.
You'll have all of eternity to yourself after this. Why don't we chat a little before I go?
앞에 앉는다. 난 신이 되고 싶지 않아. 넌 바깥의 저것과 같은 존재야? 난 아무 해치고 싶지 않아. 이젠 어쩌지? 선택권이 많지 않아. 분명 방법이 있을 거야.
Well, I don't want to be at the end of that knife, so how about we figure something out? What if we tried doing this forever? I can do whatever you think I can, right? So, make me put it all back. Make me fix the Echo's construct and make me wipe our memories of everything that's happened. Make me send us back to the beginning, before we woke up. Before either of us saw the truth.
Can she really do that? Are you sure that's what you want?
되돌리는 것이 저 바깥에 있는 사람들에게도 도움이 될까? 그들은 계속해서 죽고 고통받지 않아? 널 잊고 싶지 않아. 결국엔 이곳으로 돌아오게 될 거야. 우리가 이 대화를 이미 한 적이 없다고 어떻게 믿어? 이건 공평하지 않아. 난 너와 이곳에 있고 싶고 다신 혼자가 되고 싶지 않아. 다른 방법은 없는 거야? 전부 취소할게. 난 이걸 원하지 않아. 널 죽이고 싶지도 않아. 다시 신으로 돌아가기엔 너무 늦은 거야? 계속 고통받지 않아?
Fixing that is on you, not me. If you want me to help them, you'll have to make me help them.
널 잊고 싶지 않아.
That's sweet. But unless you do, the whole world ends, right? Not like I care, but it seems important to you.
결국엔 여기로 돌아오게 될 거야.
And if we do, nothing is stopping us from making the same choice. We could just keep doing this forever.
이미 한 적이 없다고 어떻게 생각해? 어떻게 믿어?
I don't think that's something we'll ever get to know. But odds are we've probably done it before.
모든 게 더 나빠지면 어떡해? 널 해치면? 널 죽이면? 내가 모든 것을 멸망하도록 놔둔다면 어떡하지?
Who cares? We've hurt each other plenty and I still like you.
영웅 곱하기 공주인데 이거 완전?
And if you're hesitating, then you must still like me too.
우린 이 짓을 영원히 반복해야 될 거야. 우리가 생각을 바꾸면 어떡해?
Well, if we change our minds, we change our minds. What matters is that we'll always have a choice. This is just the one we're making now.
이건 공평하지 않아. 난 너와 이곳에 있고 싶어. 혼자가 되고 싶지 않아.
Neither do I. But we won't be alone for long. I'll be right here, waiting for you.
다른 방법은 없는 거야.
You brought that knife down here for a reason. Either you use it to kill me, or I use it to put things back.
전부 취소할게. 다시 신호로 돌아가기엔 늦은 거야?
Yeah, I think it's too late for that. But maybe next time.
우리를 믿어. 공주의 계획에 동의한다. 미안해, 그럴 수는 없어. 공주를 죽인다. 공주를 믿어보자.
Okay, if this is your choice, then I have your back. I guess I'll see you on the other side.
지금까지는 내가 선택을 했으니까 마지막에는 공주가 선택을 하게 해주는 거지.
She takes the blade from our hand, a fondness in her gaze.
사랑해. 빠르게 끝내. 다시 만날 거야. 와, 사랑해.
Oh, I love you too.
으악.
You're on a path in
Wow.
the woods. You're here to slay.
로드 했더니 왜 꺼졌어? 자결해가 없다니. 자결해는 아무래도 없어야 되지 않을까요? 얼박개보. 예? 얼박개보라뇨. 미안해, 그럴 수는 없어.
You and me both. Whatever world you want to build without me, I hope it works out.
안 돼.
Despite our differences, I've always loved you. And I
항상
wish you nothing but the best.
이럴 수가. 눈을 깜빡이자 공주는 사라진다. 남은 것은 당신의 심장 한 구석에 자리 잡은 작고 슬픈 약간의 무게뿐이다. 단검을 가져왔으니 죽이는 수밖에 없다는 얘기가 있었으니 단검을 가져오지 말아보는 것도 어떠냐게. 좋습니다. 고봉밥 죄송합니다. 헐. 그 틈새는 거칠었다. 그녀는 당신의 일부를 지니고 있었다.
She's gone. and I don't think she's coming back.
맞아, 돌아오지 않아. 그녀의 작은 조각이 우리 안에 남았어.
Is that a metaphor, or are you being literal? It doesn't matter, we don't need to linger down here anymore. Let's get going.
없어.
It's quiet here.
텅 빈 캔버스가 되어 있다. 고난이 맺은 열매, 죽음으로부터 해방된 세계이다. 자신을 해방한다. 고대 생명체인 당신의 육체가 긴 동면에서 깨어난다. 존재하는지도 몰랐던 팔과 다리가 느껴진다. 여기 있는 모든 것이 당신이다. 우주적인 규모의 날개를 느낀다. 그러나 유한한 공간 속에 구겨지고 뒤틀려 고통스럽게 묶여있다. 무한한 문을 유한하게 만들려고 하고 있다. 당신은 저항한다. 밀어낼 수
He's
없다.
gone. She's gone. No one is left to trap us here but us.
심장을 열고 당신의 새로운 왕국을 목도한다. 어? 어? 당신의 앞에는 무한한 절대적 현실의 지대가 펼쳐져 있다. 당신의 손은 수없이 피로 물들인 고난의 순환 끝에 당신의 의지로 만들어낸 새로운 절대적인 현실이다. 더 이상 피를 흘릴 일이 없을 것이다.
I knew we'd finally see it through.
어,
All it takes to be a winner is grit and determination. We really did win, didn't we, the house now? We get to make the rules. This is nice. No more hunting, no more running. Just us and whatever's out there.
That wasn't very hard at all. Speak for yourself.
I hope this was all worth it, because I'm personally inconsolable. Time mends a lot of things. You'll get better. Here, here, to our vanquished foe. It's good to be back. Now we just have to figure out what to do with ourselves. Forever. No problem. We can do that, yeah? Yeah. We can do that.
와, 와! 이야, 끝났네요. 이게 진엔딩인가? 진엔딩은 아니겠지만 그냥 엔딩? 패트론 알파 테스트. 귀여워. 뭐야? 이거 약간 양해쿤이랑 똑같이 생겼는데? 스크린샷을 찍고 싶다면 H로 UI를 숨기세요. 뭐야? 다른 게임? OST? OST? 양이쿠는 눈이 하나인데 게? 그건 그렇죠. 재밌었습니다. 몇 가지 좀 더 해보고 아까 특히나 이거 여기 부분
No
그냥
blind
지하실
days.
들어가는 거.
I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far. The stairs.
Have you figured out what you want to do yet?
It sounded just like that. And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there you are. Hands empty. So you don't feel like recreating our first meeting detail for detail. I wonder what else will be different. Maybe there's still room for us to chat before the final curtain call. What do you say?
죽이기가 없다. 넌 바깥의 저것과 같은 존재야?
No. I feel like I'm myself again.
난 신이 되고 싶지 않아.
Honestly, me neither.
우리 그냥 떠나는 거 어때? 우리에게 남은 길은 떠나는 것 뿐이야.
Do you know where this cabin is? Because I don't. I don't even know what's supposed to be outside other than us. What would even happen if we leave? What would that even mean?
난 원래부터 너와 함께 떠나고 싶었어. 신이 되고 싶진 않아. 우린 채로 이 오두막 문을 나서주고 싶어. 너와 나 단둘이서. 우린 거의 모든 일을 알고 있지만 이것만을 알지 못해. 난 새로운 것을 알고 싶어. 중요한 건 우리가 함께 떠난다는 거야. 그게 내가 원한 전부야. 아. 함께 떠나는 거야. 이거.
You know what? Yeah, I want that too.
어,
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
예? 예? 너가 가는 게 아니었어? 아니, 영웅이 여기 있는 거 아니야? 내가 가는 거야? 나랑 공주랑 가는 거야? 난 영웅이랑 공주랑 가는 줄 알았는데? 영웅은 공주한테 별 생각이 없네? 나랑 공주랑의 그거 미연씨네? 영웅은 그냥 목소리 중 하나라게. 에? 아, 그래요? 혼자 남아도 괜찮겠어. 전부 고마워. 정말 같이 가지 않아도 되겠어?
Yeah, it wouldn't feel right. But I'll be okay. I don't think I'll be alone for long either. I'm sure I can find the others.
나랑 떠나는 거네, 그럼? 지하실을 떠난다. 이거 미연 씨잖아. 계단을 올라가자 평소에는 폭력과 위협과 목소리들로 가득했던 공간에 평안한 정적이 흐른다. 다른 목소리들은 내 행동에 따라 작용으로 생긴 거지만 영웅은 그냥 목소리 중 하나라게. 개웃겨. 어? 나? 무언가 힘이 담겨있다. 미지에 대한 기대감이다. 공주가 멈춰 선다. 오두막 문을 향해 고정되어 있다. 공주의 짧고 긴 삶들의 여정 속에서 그녀는 처음으로 자신을 확신하지 못한다. 맡아야 할 역할이 없다. 그럼에도 그녀는 아직 공주다. 당신은 그녀의 들뜬 발걸음을 뒤따라간다.
This is it. I have no idea what it's going to be like out there. Not that I'm scared or anything. It's exciting, really. Anything could happen. And if it's bad, then it won't be bad. Not with you.
사랑해. 누가 열어야 할까? 준비됐어? 이 앞에 무슨 일이 기다리고 있는지는 아무도 몰라.
It's something new. But whatever it is, we'll face it. Together.
와! 잡았어, 손을. 와! 이야. 뭘까? 뭔가가 펼쳐져 있을까? 어떤 미래가 펼쳐져 있는 걸까? 사랑의 이야기. 와, 좋다. 우리들의 모험은 이제부터 시작이야. 이거 여러분들은 이 게임의 스토리를 어떻게 보셨나요? 아, 공주 루트가 몇 개 더 남은 거 말고는 거의 다 봤다. 아, 정말요? 그건 열린 결말. 힘들다. 아, 고생 많이 하셨습니다. 정말 많은 길을 걸었는데 나무의 키를 뒤져야 할 내용으로 본다는 게 본 게 취향은 아니었음. 왜? 정말 좋은 사랑의 이야기라게. 아, 약간 극과 극으로 나뉘는데 그 어떤 평가가 완전 취향 아니신 분도 계시고 아니면 완전 감동해서 좋은 사랑의 이야기였다라고 생각하는 분도 계시고 과정이 힘들었어서 이 엔딩이 좋긴 했게. 아, 방금 그 두 번째 엔딩이요? 재미없었다는 건 아니라게 일단 제작자가 에반게리온은 본 건 알겠게 이거 약간 그 뭐야 이거 이거 어떻게 꺼 이거 잠깐 그 이거 노래 아까 노래 어떻게 다시 가지? 본게도 취향은 아니었지만 잘 만들었다고 생각하게. 신격 됐을 때 너무 현학적인 말을 많이 해서 그래서 좀 그러니까 약간 마지막에 그 노래 틀면서 이제 그거 합시다. 나무위키 좀 같이 봅시다. 나무위키 같이 보고 제가 생각한 것도 좀 말해보고 이게 더 빠르니까.
No blade it is. The step is... And damn...
And maybe there's still room for us to chat before the final
나무위키
curtain.
없었다고요?
Do you know where this cabin is? Because I don't. I don't even know what's supposed to be outside other than us. You know what?
I think I'm gonna...
저 왕눈도 왠지 지금은 안정적이네요. 고전적인 컨셉에서 그걸 리리저를 꼬아도 결국은 본질적인 부분에서 사랑으로 끝난다는 점이 정말 좋았게. 맞아. 결국 이건 영웅과 어떤 공주의 이야기니까.
This is it. Not that I'm...
이거 OST 들으면서 한번 이야기를 좀 나누고 이야기 짧게 나누고 가죠. 아 뭐야 스포티파이였네. 나 없는데? 유튜브로 틀지 뭐. 재밌었습니다 여러분. 본게는 공주가 공주라는 점이랑 주인공이 영웅이라는 점 빼고는 주어준 선택 설정값이 없다는 걸 티 팍팍 내서 메타픽션 창작물인 줄 알았기. 본게는 풀 보이스 더빙을 잘 활용한 것 같아서 좋게. 내 행동이 공주의 정체를 결정짓는 게 정말 따봉. 이 노래 들으면서 한번 좀 정보도 좀 찾아보고 나무위키는 아쉽게도 없지만 플레이 더 프린세스 평가가 아니라 해석 이런 거 저는 또 찾아보거든요. 일종의 메타픽션 아니겠게. 어쨌거나 영웅이 아니라 선택지 자체가 주인공이 본질이 있다는 걸 감안하면 그쵸. 저도 약간 메타픽션이라고 생각이 됐어요. 일단 털개의 생각 먼저 보고 그 다음에 다 같이 해석을 좀 같이 보면 되겠습니다. 못 본 공주 루트가 한 3개, 2개 정도 남았을 거라고. 보고 싶은데? 이거까지 볼까? 이왕 본 거? 찾아봤는데 나무위키 문서가 없었다게. 맞습니다. 나무위키 문서가 없다고 하네요. 아까 다른 꽃게님이 알려주셨달까? 없다는 사실을 말이죠. 그래서 다른 사이트에서 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 영어로도 쳐봤는데 없다기. 나무위키 일 안 하네. 슬레이 더 프린세스 엔딩 봤음. 토론회. 해석을 내 입에 떠 먹여달란 말이다. 아, 저도 그런 거 좋아하는데. 일단 저희끼리 좀 얘기를 하고 대충 어떤 사이트에 적혀져 있는 거 한번 보면 될 것 같은데, 일단 제가 느끼기론 말이죠. 어떤 느낌을 받았냐면, 일단 1번 느낌. 잘 모르겠다. 도저히. 이 사람들이 도저히 뭔 소리를 하는지 잘 모르겠다가 저의 네, 1번 느낌. 슬레이 더 프린세스 감상평. 1번 뭔 소리 하는겨? 이게 일단 1번. 2번 주인공이 그러니까 나를 넘어서 나의 선택, 이게 주인공이라고 느꼈고, 공주는 그 나의 선택에 대한 결과라고 느꼈습니다. 약간 그래서 둘은 영원히 뗄래야 뗄 수가 없는 거죠. 그러니까 평생 함께 해야 한다. 그래서 영원히 둘이 고통. 똑같은 루프의 반복. 왜냐? 내가 일단 왜 Y 글씨칸 불편하니까 옆으로 늘려줄게. 아, 알겠습니다. 이렇게 선택과 집중. 물고 물리는 우로브로스인 거임. 왜 Y? 내가 선택을 하는 이상 결과는 존재해야 하기 때문에. 그래서 그 까마귀가 공주 보고 세상을 멸망시킬 거다 라고 말한 이유는, 공주가 결과이기 때문에. 결과라는 것 곧 결말. 이 게임의 엔딩이 된다, 끝이 된다, 이런 느낌을 약간 받았거든요. 그렇기 때문에 이 공주, 근데 일단 내가 선택을 하는 이상 까막스는 까마귀를 혈계식으로 말한 겁니다. 내가 선택을 하는 이상 공주가 결말로 다가가는 것은 어떤 운명적이다. 운명이다. 둘은 운명. 러브, 데스티니. 그런 느낌을 좀 받았습니다. 혼자만 안 한다 하지 말라기. 왜요? 저는 수박도 목리라고 불을 건데요. 예? 드렁슨 하자기요. 드렁슨이 뭔데요? 뭐 아무튼 저는 이렇게 느꼈습니다. 그래서 드렁슨을 모르는데 드렁슨이 뭐냐고요. 아무튼 그래서 제가 느낀 건 마지막에서 공주의 말이 그거였잖아요. 이제 우리 이러지 말고 그냥 살자. 그냥 살자랬나? 뭐라고 했더라? 공주가 이제 그 굴레에서 벗어날 수 없다? 굴레를 어떻게 하자? 그러니까 죽이지 말라. 날 죽이지 마라. 그 신이 된 공주가 너도 신이 되자. 이 부분이 도대체 뭔 소리인지 모르겠는데 엥? 했는데 약간 내가 느끼기로는 그러니까 이 굴레를 더 하지 말자라는 뜻으로 느꼈거든요. 굴레에서 벗어나자. 근데 주인공이 칼로 푹찍하는 선택을 했다? 칼푹찍 선택을 하면 무슨 주인공만의 세계로 빠지잖아요? 주인공밖에 남지 않는다. 그렇다니 아까 전에 막 주인공의 크기가 유한하고 무한하지 않은 몸을 꾸겨 넣느냐 뭐 이런 얘기가 있었잖아요. 결과가 사라져 버렸으니까 가능성밖에 남지 않은? 감상평의 수박 목미 드렁슨 드렁슨이 뭐냐고요. 가능성밖에 남지 않은 세계가 됐다. 그런데 그 세계는 제가 봤을 땐 그렇게 긍정적이진 않은 치력으로 뒤덮인 세계의 모습이었다? 실흑이라게 이겁니까? 실흑으로 뒤덮인 세계의 모습이었다. 근데 결국 공주와 함께 도망치는 엔딩. 이것은 세상 사람들, 그러니까 이 게임을 하는 모든 사람들이나 아니면 플레이어, 게이머들에겐 거의 무한 상황일 순 있겠지만 어떤 공주라는 이름으로 의인화된 결과와 선택에게는 모든 굴레를 벗어 던지고 둘만의 행복한 세계 도피해버리는 선택이 아닐까? 그래서 우리는 그들의 엔딩을 모른다. 그러나 그들은 그대로 행복하지 않을까? 라는 상상을 할 수 있다. 그래서 도망치는 엔딩이 더 마음에 들었을지도? 꿋꿋이 그림판을 쓰는 설계꾼. 뭐 좋지 않습니까? 이거? 그림판도 나쁘지 않다고요. 그리고 할 말이 이제 끝났어요. 이런 느낌? 설계의 엔딩, 설계의 그림판 나쁘다. 설계의 감상평. 저는 이렇게 느꼈습니다. 재밌었다? 재밌었는데 저도 마지막 말이 너무 뭔 소린지 모르겠어서 이 부분 좀 불호긴 한데 애초에 이런 다양한 선택을 볼 수 있는 게임 좋아하고 그리고 좀 충격적이기도 했어요. 스토리가 충격적이고 자유도가 높고 공주가 무섭다. 근데 아쉬운 점 공주가 착한 공주가 없다. 충격적으로 분량이 많았어요. 그 점도 좋았어요. 분량이 많다. 착한 공주 약간 있었잖게 착한 공주 아니메 공주 그런가? 약간 좀 착한 공주 그래요? 착한 공주 나는 공주를 화나게만 한 거야? 계속 칼 들고 가서 계속 칼 들고 가서 설계를 주기로 했을 뿐 착하지 않은 건 아니지 않냐게. 그게 나쁜 거 아닙니까? 냅다 푹직하잖아게. 나쁜 공주만 봄. 덜덜. 그러면 이거는 아쉬운 점이 아니네. 착한 공주가 있다면 아쉬운 점 삭제. 설계의 선택에 의해 그런 거였잖게. 아 그래요? 아 공주 착했네. 뭐 아무튼 재밌었다. 좋았다. 만약에 평점을 한다면 본 공주는 설계가 어떻게 하느냐에 따라 천사가 될 수도 악마가 될 수도 있습니다. 교관 공주. 평점. 어려운데? 설계 평점 5점 만점이었나? 5점 만점에 공주는 털개에게 실망했다. 털개쿨의 평점은 일단 털개 평점은 2점부터 2점 재밌다. 3점 추천. 4점 절대 강추. 5점 아리에나이. 2점이 최하점인 거냐기. 아닙니다. 1점도 있습니다. 1점. 재미없음. 그리고 빵점도 있습니다. 빵점. 비추천. 비추천. 재미없음. 재밌다. 추천. 절대 강추. 있을 수 없어. 6점도 있어요. 놀랍게도 6점도 저희 털개 팬카페에 6점도 존재한다는 거. 이 게임 털개의 인생에서 인생에까지 영향을 미칠 정도로 심각할 정도로 재미있으니 각별히 주의 바랍니다. 너무 재미있어서 뒤집어 넘어갈 수도 있습니다. 이런 느낌으로 6점이고요. 털개는 결정했습니다. 6점은 호불호가 강하다는 소리구나. 아닙니다. 6점은 호불호가 가는 게 아니라 너무 재밌다 이거죠. 털개 점수 3점 가겠습니다. 추천 점수 3점 가겠습니다. 추천스. 이거 그대로 털개 카페에 올려야겠다. 본계는 까마귀가 주인공더러 정막이라 하고 공주가 자기는 변화라고 하는 부분부터가 문제집 해설 보는 느낌이었다게. 설계가 그런 것도 있거든요. 게임 후기 게시판이 있거든요. 근데 그만큼 설명식이라 알기 쉬웠달까. 본계는 다 본 건 아니라 틀릴 수도 있는데 본계가 본 건 이렇다게. 나레이션이랑 선택지 방식이 디스코 엘리시움의 영향을 진짜 많이 받아서. 지금까지 한 게임 평점도 궁금하다게. 여기 있습니다. 이거 왜 안 올린 게 좀 있긴 한데 좋게 받고 재밌다고 생각하지만 본계 개인 불호 부분 너무 있어 보이려고 하는 느낌. 그런 점으로 보면 철학적인 이야기도 이해가 간다게. 그래요? 디스코 엘리시움도 저 진짜 뭔 소리인지 하나도 모르면서 했는데. 한 줄평 현학적이다. 다른 게임의 평점은 여기 엔딩과 편점. 예를 들면 회색도시는 말이죠. 3점이네요. 회색도시 3점 2편. 이런 얘기도 했었죠. 이게 털개가 게임을 하고 나면 항상 이런 식으로 뭐야 이거 이때 왜 이렇게 말을 많이 했어. 이때 정말 재밌게 했나 봅니다. 럴수 이럴 수가. 슈퍼마리오 원더는 뭐야 6점이네요? 이렇게 높다고? 말도 안 돼. 너무 높은데? 너무 높다. 자, 인스크립션 4점이네요? 인스크립션이 이렇게 높다고? 아, 왜 이렇게 높아? 말도 안 돼. 지금까지 플레이했던 게임 후기. 어이쿠 왕자님 2점, 컬처 오브 더 램 3점, 거운방 3 5점, 와, 거운방 4 4점, 세포신곡 5점, 세포신곡 5점, 단갈로파 3점, 당신의 안녕을 위하여 1점, 하데스 3점. 무조건 예쁘고 깔끔하게 마무리된 게 아니라 자신만의 스타일이 확고하다는 점에서 아주 나이스. 유일한 1점. 유일한 1점. 일단은 이거 올려놓고 한번 그것도 보죠. 이거 올리고 요거 다 같이 보죠. 그냥 그 블로그가 아니라 인터넷 검색 맨 위에 떠 있는 거였고요. 슬레이 더 프린세스 리뷰와 해서 전에도 썼는데 정리해 봄. 우리는 엔딩을 맞이할 때마다 그 끝에 엔티티가 궁주를 삼키는 모습을 볼 거야. 그리고 더 많은 그릇이 필요하다고 말하고는 우리의 기억을 잃게 막 드럼송이 뭐냐고요. 잠깐만. 그런 거 없는데? 존재하지 않는데요? 트위터 고고. 잠깐만. 이상한 거 아니야? 일단 저 잘 모르겠고 일단 리뷰나 보죠. 까마귀의 형상을 한 해설자. 책임이 없는 안전한 곳, 영원한 망각이 방포하여 새로운 발견의 기쁨으로 이어지는 공간. 세계 멸망해서 세계는 우리가 사는 세상이 아니다. 해설자가 새롭게 만든 세상이다. 누가 까마귀 단체로 날아가는 거 그냥 다 같이 자러 가는 거라고 하니까 인용으로 까마귀 드렁슨 하나 가자기. 아 진짜요? 그래서 까마귀였구나. 변화 그 자체. 불변하는 세상을 원래 모습으로 돌려놓을 수 있는 존재. 불변의 세상을 멸망시킨다. 아하. 변화를 죽여야 되는 존재. 죽음의 세계가 되는 걸 막기 위한 존재. 변화를 하면 안 된다. 공주와 나 둘이 순환이라고 할 수 있어. 조로아스터교의 성령 스펜타 마이뉴와 앙그라 마이뉴가 있어. 아후라 마즈다는 세상의 올바른 모습은 탄생과 파괴가 반복되는 것이라 생각해서 두 성령을 만들었지. 이것이 질서이자 법칙이라고 설명했어. 공주와의 나와 관계. 엔티티는 성장하고 점점 완전체가 됨. 변화의 중요성을 알려주려 해. 아, 우리를 설득하는 거였어? 난 내가 설득하는 줄 알았네. 공주를 죽인다. 아, 새로운 세계는 완전한 세계라서 용기의 목소리 덕분에 가장 초기 형태의 공주. 아, 이게 공주야? 아, 이게 공주겠지? 그러나 모든 기억을 간직하는 공주를 만나러 가. 아무 힘이 없는 그녀를 죽이지. 해설자가 만들어 놓은 세상을 이어받아 불변의 세상의 신이 돼. 난 신이 될 거구나. 맞다. 이런 엔딩이 있었구나. 변화의 총합이 된 그녀와 함께 탄생과 죽음을 뿌리기 위해 떠난다. 공주와 함께 떠난다. 오로지 등장 인물로서 오두막을 떠난다. 그냥 오두막을 떠날 뿐임. 너는 영원 불멸한 세상을 선택할 거야? 생명과 죽음이 순환하는 변화하는 세상이 옳다고 믿어? 그저 공주와 나 두 사람이 행복했으면 좋겠어. 이런 관점으로 보면 전 2번인데? 아하. 운명이 그녀가 세상을 멸망하도록 만들고 난 딜레마를 겪으며 공주가 죽여나간다. 노골적인 상징이 잔뜩 들어간 게임이었다. 해설자는 정말로 그게 완벽하고 행복한 결말이라고 생각한 거랄게. 이거요? 이 상태? 이 상태가? 어허. 영원히 행복한 공간이라고 우리만 똑 떼서 맞아 맞아. 맞아. 중간에 오두막에서 맞아. 영원히 가만히 있던 그 상황이 해설자에게는 변화가 없이 아무런 변화도 없고 그냥 행복한 상태다. 아하. 이제야 이해가 됐습니다. 긴가민가 했는데 진짜 이상한 놈이었기. 여러분들은 어떤 게 제일 여러분이 생각하는 이상적인 세상인가요? 본계는 3번인데 이거요? 해설자는 메아리에 불과해서 세상이 나아가면 사라지기 때문에 그런 게 아닐까 싶다. 신기하네. 뭔가 공주와 용사도 어떤 캐릭터라기보단 클리셰의 집합체 같았달까나. 너무 기호화됨. 근데 3번을 그런 거 치고는 제일 좋아하시네요. 기호화된 결말인데. 저는 이 엔딩 못 봤지만 조금 궁금하네. 행복이 제일이지. 3번이 그나마 좋은 거라게. 우리가 죽을 때마다 기존의 해설자는 사라지고 새 해설자가 나타나니까. 한 번도 좀 더 캐릭터가 상세했더라면 좋았을 것 같달까. 이건 괜찮으니까. 본계는 픽션의 세계를 사랑하는 사람으로서 3번이 좋지만 캐릭터 자체에 애정이 잘 가지 않는다. 왜죠? 보통 명사 공주나 용사로 느껴져서 캐릭터로 안 느껴졌으면 정말요? 저 좋았는데. 저는 용사도 좋았고 공주도 좋았어요. 일부러 그렇게 느끼라고 이름도 안 준 게 아닐까 싶다. 게 너무 메타포의 집합체 같다는 느낌을 받았기. 일부러 이름을 안 준 게 본계 취향이 아니었을까나. 그럴 수 있죠. 전하를 죽여야 하는 존재. 죽음의 세계를 막기 위해 제가 창조한 신. 생명과 죽음의 순환이죠. 창조와 파괴를 끝없이 이어지는 무늬. 어허. 공주를 죽여야 한다라고 했을 때 공주가 어떤 사람인지 보다는 공주를 죽인다는 행동이 더 중요한 거니까. 아무튼 간에 엔딩 해석까지 푸짐하게 봤네요. 야, 정말 재밌었습니다. 뭔가 단순한 얘기라고 생각했는데 하고 보니까 단순한 얘기가 아니었고 뭔가 세계와 관련된 복잡스러운 숨겨진 이야기가 있었다. 아주 재밌었습니다. 그래서 내일은 이제 다른 게임을 진행을 할 거고, 비주얼 노벨 엔진인데도 연출을 되게 잘 써먹은 거. 설마 그 램파이? 그 엔진인가? 그 엔진으로 만든 건가? 저거 설마? 잠깐. 맞는 것 같게요. 진짜요? 말도 안 돼. 이럴 리가 없어. 그럴 리가 없어. 램파이로 저렇게 훌륭한 게임을 만들 수 있을 리가 없어. 폼이 딱 도키도키. 설계도 할 수 있게. 정말입니까? 그 말 책임지실 수 있냐고요. 예? 파이팅. 램파이? 그게 뭐냐 걔. 그냥 그 미연씨 게임 툴입니다. 두근두근 문예부도 같은 엔진이었냐 이게. 맞습니다. 와, 램파이로 저렇게 뭔가 좋네. 뭔가 역시 비주얼 노벨은 스토리가 중요한가? 전혀 그렇게 못 느꼈어. 문예부는 코딩 개 복잡스럽게 한 것 같은데 이건 그냥 연출력으로 들이받은 것 같아서. 약간 게임 퀄리티가 그 램파이로 만들어졌다고 상상도 못했어요. 목소리가 나와서 그런가? 되게 푸짐하게 먹은 느낌이 나는데. 그래서 게임 용량 좀 크지 않냐? 아, 그랬던가? 기억이 잘. 왠지 좀 다운받는데 오래 걸린다 싶긴 했는데. 선택지에 따른 변화가 많아서 자유도가 높다고 느꼈던 것 같기. 아, 맞아요. 선택지가 오른쪽 상단에 있는 것도 일반 미연시랑 느낌을 크게 다르게 한 것 같다게. 완전 디스코 엘리시움. 디스코 엘리시움도 딱 저렇게 오른쪽에서 나오는데. 인터페이스도 그랬구나, 게. 원게도 디스코 엘리시움 해봐야 하는데, 디스코 엘리시움은 진짜 뭔 소리인지 하나도 모르고 했음. 부금이랑 더빙도 진짜 잘 써먹음. 아, 맞아요. 와, 말도 안 돼. 램파이로 이렇게 할 수 있다고? 아, 진짜 이거는 툴을 따질 문제가 아니다. 막 코딩 모른다고 게임 못 만들고 이런 시대가 아니구나. 이렇게 멋진 게임을 만들 수 있다니. 정말 믿을 수가 없구먼. 저렇게 큰데 할 수 있을 거라게. 예? 할 수 있으면 좋겠다. 그러면 꽃게단 게임 만들 텐데. 제가 만약에 게임을 만들면 그 게임에 꽃게단이 등장하는 겁니다. 어떻습니까? 괜찮죠? 3D 모델도 브이로이드 모델인 게 티 안 나게 만드는 사람도 있으니까 이게 꽃게단 구별 가능하냐게. 예? 개덩이 씨 못 보셨구나. 하긴 개덩이 씨는 못 보셨을 만도 해. 기다려 보세요, 개덩이 씨. 아니, 개덩이 씨가 아니라 뿡빵구리 씨. 아, 잘못 봤어요. 잠깐만. 뿡빵구리 씨는 뭐를 만도 해. 네, 보여드릴게요. 뿡빵구리 씨. 자, 뿡빵구리 씨는 모르시겠지만 그 꽃게랑 구별 못하는 걸로가 아니라 꽃게 다 다르게 생겼습니다. 다 다르게 생겼다고요. 뿡빵구리 씨는 모르겠지. 뿡빵구리 씨는 안 왔으니까 왼쪽 위에 있으니까. 본 게 왜 졸사날 결석한 그게 됐냐게. 결석하셨으니까 그렇죠. 결석 꽃게한테 맞춰보자고 시키자게. 아, 뿡빵구리님 숙제입니다. 지금 이 꽃게 이름 다 적어서 카페에 올리십시오. 숙제입니다. 웃지도 않고 있지 않게. 아니, 웃으면 어떡해요. 지금 뿡빵구리 씨는 사진관 앞에서 긴장한 얼굴로 찍고 있는 거고, 다른 개들은 이 분위기에 맞춰서 하하호 웃고 있는 건데 어떻게 사진관에서 막 이렇게 웃을 수가 있겠습니까? 그 긴장된 분위기 속에서. 완성이나 해놓고 말해. 내가 완성을 해오죠, 당연히. 하루 빠졌다고 꼭 엄청 준다기. 아이, 뿡빵구리 씨, 꼽 주는 게 아니라 만약에 진짜 꼽을 줬으려면 여기 있지 않겠죠. 아예 없겠죠. 이건 애정입니다, 애정. 아시겠습니까? 새해 그림이었는데 설날 그림이 될 기대나게. 아이, 뭐 그럴 수도 있죠. 설계꾼 부금 혹시 바꿔줄 수 있냐? 좋습니다. 설날도 넘길 듯. 어허. 그러면 오늘은 이제 여기까지 하는 걸로 하죠. 내년 설날에 주는 거 아니냐 이게. 어허, 이 개들이. 별게 뭡니다. 별게 못 믿냐고요. 재밌었다. 오늘 재밌었네요. 내일도 여러분, 내일도 재밌는 게임이 예정돼 있을 거니까 잊지 말고 8시 털개 방송 찾아주시면 된다는 거. 드렁슨 하러 가자기. 자, 오늘 여러분 재밌었습니다. 털바입니게 털바. 오늘 제일 충격은 그 뭐지? 슬레이더 프린세스가 렌파이로 만들어졌다는 사실. 이야, 정말 충격입니다. 여러분, 꽃게단 여러분 모두 안녕히 주무세요. 털바. 몰입도가 엄청났던 덜덜. 그니까요. 아, 진짜 말도 안 돼. 안녕 털바. 아, 재밌었습니다. 충격이 아직까지 좀 멍하네. 빨리 나무 위키 올라왔으면 좋겠다. 엔딩 보기. 그럼 털바 털바슨